Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Glad to see you all here. I would like to first begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Representative Comtois, would you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First off, I would like to welcome a new member to our committee, Representative Paige Boschman. Good to see you, and thank you for joining us. And I would also like to give the floor to Representative Bixby or Murray, Representative Murray, for a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, I'd like to read a brief statement on behalf of the members here in Environment and Agriculture. We'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of a former member of Environment and Agriculture, the Honorable Suzanne Smith, who served in the ENA from 2009 to 2012, before moving to Resources, Recreation, and Development, where from 2013 to 2014, she served as Vice Chair and chaired from 2019 to 2020. She served in the New Hampshire House from 2008 to 2022. Suzanne worked tirelessly to form bipartisan consensus in all that she did. Most recently, she came before the Environment and Agriculture Committee to teach us and the public about establishing a fund to treat cyanobacteria in New Hampshire lakes. It passed. As a result, the funds and an advisory committee were signed into law, and that effort will continue on. House Environment and Agriculture is grateful for her service and dedication to New Hampshire and making the environment better for us all.
With that, I'd like to have a moment of silence in her memory.
Judy, can I
Yes, Representative Bixby.
So, when Suzanne was already a leader when I first came in 2012-13, and I really looked up to her as a mentor through the whole time that she was here in the House. She was really good at getting beyond the partisan divide and getting people to work towards practical solutions, and that drive towards finding a practical solution was something that I really admired in her, and I try to follow that example.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's hard. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Suzanne Smith, obviously was the Democratic head of the RR&D during the last term, but I learned a ton from her on how to get things done in a committee. And if you just look at the way she conducted herself and at the way that she was able to, as Representative Bixby said, cut through sort of political divides and come to reasonable solutions, she was a master at that. And I'm really sorry to hear that. Really tremendous lady.
Thank you. And I'd just like to have a moment of silence in her memory. Thank you. Our first bill to be heard this morning is HB 1293, and I would like to open up that hearing and welcome Representative Ball to introduce this bill to our committee. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lori Ball, and I am a representative from Salem. Thank you for allowing me to present this very important bill that addresses one facet in our fight against cyanobacteria, that is plaguing New Hampshire lakes and ponds for the past several years. According to the New Hampshire Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act 5, it is illegal to apply fertilizers within 25 feet of the reference or high water line on any New Hampshire public water bodies. However, no restrictions are in place for properties that do not abut public water bodies or storm drains that carry contaminated water into many lakes and ponds. In fact, according to the 2016 New Hampshire Guide to Stormwater Management, excess stormwater runoff becomes a problem as the runoff can carry pollution into lakes, ponds, and streams and coastal waters, making them unsafe for swimming and creating an unsafe habitat for fish and other animals. In fact, stormwater runoff contributes to 90% of the water quality problems in New Hampshire. Roofs, driveways, and other hard surfaces create stormwater runoff. The way we manage and care for our property and the runoff it creates can have a huge impact on the entire watershed. Given that there is no fertilizer restrictions, setback restrictions from storm drains, runoff from the entire watershed may contain fertilizer that can contribute to excess nutrients that build up plant and algae growth, including cyanobacteria, which can harm humans and animals and be a nuisance for swimming and boating. These nutrients can decrease the amount of oxygen in the water as plants die and decompose. This means less oxygen is available for fish and other organisms. They can also increase bacteria that can make swimmers sick and lead to beach closures. Bacteria does not only pose a public health risk, it can also cause an economic hardship for communities that rely on bathing beaches for tourism revenue. The recent New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services statewide cyanobacteria action plan made it clear that statewide and local efforts to control nutrient inputs are critical to curb the potential for cyanobacteria blooms to occur. In fact, to achieve the goals of that plan, the report stated, and I quote, "The primary focus should be on the reduction of nutrient loads, in particular phosphorus, to the state's water surfaces. The control of phosphorus loads will limit the nutrient that drives cyanobacteria production in the state's lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams." House Bill 1293 reflects phosphorus fertilizer restrictions and public education measures taken by over 11 other states, including Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts. These measures are designed to curtail phosphorus overload in lakes, ponds, streams, and rivers. The cost of implementing these measures would be minimal and clearly doable, as given other states have already enacted them. In addition to my research into the other states, I presented this bill in draft format to the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Water Division Assistant Director, the Salem Municipal Service Director, and the Salem Director of Engineering, as well as speaking with the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, who directed me to another member of his team to speak about it further. I would like to thank each of these gentlemen for their input into the development of House Bill 1293. While cyanobacteria may have many causes, including water temperature and weather, stormwater runoff containing fertilizer is a cause the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Cyanobacteria Action Plan has acknowledged as an area that needs our primary focus. Please vote OTP on House Bill 1293 so we can take positive steps to assure New Hampshire lakes and ponds continue to be the recreational focal point of our beautiful state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ball. Can you please be able to give electronic written testimony to our clerk for what you already have that?
Yes, I brought in, but I can send it in electronically if that's easier.
Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, the paper
Okay.
copy is fine.
I found a couple typos, so I'll have to correct those first. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sofakaitis.
Mike, please.
Mike, please. Put your mic on, please.
how widespread is the use of phosphorus? How much of the supply of fertilizers have phosphorus in them?
Currently, phosphorus in fertilizer in New Hampshire is technically illegal. We're only allowed to have 0.67% of phosphorus in the fertilizer. And the way the fertilizer companies, when they package it, they only report in whole numbers. So that middle number, when they put the nitrogen, phosphorus, and I think potassium, that number is always 0. So on an average, if you just wanted to put fertilizer on your lawn, it would say 0 on those phosphorus bags. However, if you are doing a new lawn or some other things that we specified in the bill, then you could use phosphorus that has fertilizer. The concern is more that we have setbacks when we live on the lakefronts. We have setbacks of the 25 feet that we can't put any fertilizer close to the lake because of the runoff. But in the case of, in particular in Salem on Arlington Pond, our watershed goes out, could be a mile. But all of those other homes that don't have setbacks from the waters and the streams or the storm drains, all that water ends up going in, and in Arlington, it dumps directly into Arlington Pond. There is no holding place for it. Everything dumps directly into the pond. And as a result, our pond was shut, I think, all of but 3 weeks this summer. We shut down in May. We opened up mid-June. We shut down again, I think it was on July 28th, and we did not reopen until November 8th or 10th. As a matter of fact, we opened just before they start pulling the water from our pond to go to the water treatment, because we are the secondary reservoir.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question, and thank you for bringing this bill in. I think it's very important. I just wanted to get a clarification on a couple of things. One is when you say no fertilizer can be applied, you're talking about turf fertilizer, right?
Yes, and that was the one thing in the bill that we need to specify, that it's phosphorus, fertilizers with phosphorus.
Follow up?
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, so there are a number of agricultural fertilizers which have a lot more phosphorus than turf fertilizers. Those are not intended for application on turf, obviously. But on page 2, section 6 of the bill, application of fertilizers containing phosphorus is prohibited during heavy rain or when heavy rain is predicted, or on saturated ground, or from October 15th to April 1st, including applications by professionals. So am I correct in reading that is any fertilizer that contains phosphorus, not merely turf fertilizers, that are prohibited during that period?
Was thinking in terms of phosphorus fertilizer when writing this, and the sod farms and those agricultural things for gardening, agricultural golf courses, they're all exempt from this.
Okay. Okay. So I guess what I'm not sure of is whether the exemption covers the application during that prohibition period, or whether the exemption is during the normal season when one would be applying.
That I went by the other laws and how they were written with the idea that we would not be applying any fertilizer to frozen ground because it would just run off.
Right. So I guess the point of my question is, do we want to prevent application of any fertilizer, including agricultural fertilizers, that contain phosphorus during those periods?
To be totally transparent, I was advised not to include these areas because the possibility of passing the bill would be much smaller if we included saying that for agricultural reasons you can't apply. Maybe I'm still misunderstanding you, or
Okay. I think that the I think the key of my question is that there seems to be an ambiguity between whether the exemption is for phosphorus fertilizer is carries over to section 6, where it says that applications are prohibited during heavy rain, etc. And I would, my personal feeling is that it probably makes sense to limit any application of phosphorus during that period, because you can run off farmland as well as you can run off, or run off a golf course as well as you can run off ordinary turf. So I just want to have a clarification about whether the intent was to limit the application of all phosphorus for those times when it can be appropriately absorbed by the plants.
The intent was that it should not be applied when the ground is frozen and it cannot get into the ground. Any fertilizer should not be. This particularly says application of fertilizers containing phosphorus are prohibited during heavy rains.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm still not understanding your question.
No, I think you've answered that it is that when it comes to not applying during those conditions, it doesn't matter whether it's labeled as turf fertilizer or whether it's
Yes.
whether it anything that has phosphorus shouldn't be applied when it's going to inevitably run off.
Yes, that would be exactly what I'm talking about, because whether it comes from a golf course or agriculture, it's going to end up in our streams. So we want them to apply it during the proper times.
Right. Thank you.
Representative Creighton?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to make sure I heard what you said. So there are no exemptions for 6. So those 7 exceptions in 5, they're not accepted in 6. They've got to comply with 6. They cannot, those people, golf courses, cannot apply fertilizer when the ground is frozen.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question on paragraph on paragraph 7, and last term we looked at rodenticides, and one of the issues was how do you prevent going on Amazon and ordering phosphor fertilizers? How does 7 get implemented? Is there any accountability to that, or?
Considering in my mind, I was thinking how California has so many restrictions and it's just not allowed to be sent into their, so however they would do it, it would be the same. It would not be allowed.
Okay.
So there would be a restriction put in place. And I'm not exactly sure on the mechanisms. I assume there were mechanisms already in place for restrictions.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Representative Dutsey?
Yep.
Somebody has to shut that. Yeah. Now you're
I
on.
was on all the time. Oh, I didn't know that. Look at that. Okay, this goes back to section 4, basically lines 4, 5, and 6. And I just didn't understand, so it says display non-phosphorus fertilizer separately from phosphorus in the retail area where phosphorus fertilizer is accessible by a consumer. And I didn't understand why that was necessary or what the objective of that was.
The intent of that is to better educate the consumer to make sure that they don't mix up the 2 fertilizers and pick up one rather than the other. So the idea is just a separate area would mean a separate shelf or a separate, necessarily a location, but just to separate them so they're not next to each other. There's also the posting of the sign to allow, again, this goes back to one of the things that was mentioned in the Department of Environmental Services Action Plan was that we needed more ways of educating the public. In New Hampshire, the majority of properties do not even need phosphorus. In fact, if you just left your grass clippings there, you would have enough phosphorus on your lawn. You don't need to add anything. So we're really trying to educate the public. And the purpose for separating those, whether they're on different shelves or on one side of the aisle and then the other side, is just to make sure that we're educating and letting the public know that there are two distinct reasons for buying the fertilizer. And if you're not establishing a new lawn, then that's not then you should not be buying that fertilizer.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I think going back to the comment that the Vice Chair, Representative Creighton had brought up regarding the online sales, is that something that you would be open to enumerating who would have oversight there in the event that, because right now it's not very clear as to who would be caring for the oversight of the online sale portion. And to Representative Creighton's point, we did hear in a previous piece of legislation around oversight and some of the complexities around that. So I'm just curious if that.
I'm more than willing to amend this in order to better serve the people and to address the cyanobacteria problems. I can certainly talk to legislative services, the researchers, to find out if there is something that we can add to this.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Ball, for taking my question. To return to page 2, section 6, Representative Bixby was referring to previously, this prohibition during heavy rain or when heavy rain is predicted, and then, so this presumably covers both private individuals and including applications by professionals. And so I'm wondering, what kind of enforcement mechanism are we talking about? Because if we're talking about professionals who are applying fertilizers, there are ways to restrict or to regulate how professionals do these things, right? Because they have to be licensed, or there are various ways of doing that. But how would we, what enforcement mechanism is there when we're talking about private individuals who are also, that applies then below with putting it, you shouldn't be putting it on a hard surface where it's going to run off. But my question is, what enforcement mechanisms are there when we're talking about private individuals?
It would be the same enforcement mechanisms that are in place right now, saying that we have to have a setback from the water, which I'm going to tell you is not enforceable. So the only thing that this bill really does is going to rely on people's honesty and being educated through the bill. And the commercial people that are putting this down, I would imagine if complaints came in and said, hey, they just put fertilizer on my property and it's pouring rain, and complaints go in, we would be looking a lot closer at their licensure. So I think it's the same thing. I know that I have a lawn company that does fertilizer on my property, and I know that when it's raining, they cancel.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Oh, Representative Nag.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I wonder if the Farm Bureau has weighed in on this at all, if you've gotten any input from them.
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
And I have not received any written testimony from them as well. Representative Bixby.
Additionally, I was wondering if you have consulted the Department of Agriculture, because they're actually the ones who are in charge of enforcing fertilizer regulations.
I did not. I was, the guidance I was given was to talk to the Department of Environmental Services.
Thank you.
And the person I spoke to was the person who wrote the original bill that, that restricted phosphorus in the fertilizers.
Okay, great, thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you for taking my question. I know you're not a scientist, but I would just, could you speak to a little bit about the chemical reaction that takes place with the phosphorus that increases the cyanobacteria? I grew up on a lake ever since, I was born. We had a summer home, and it's a huge problem. It was one of the cleanest lakes, but not anymore in New Hampshire. And it's interesting because I never knew anything about this at all until I met this gentleman that did lawns, and he told me about that and the natural piece of this. So could you speak to what transpires that causes this?
As you said, I acknowledge I am not a
Okay.
scientist. However, in my reading, phosphorus helps to develop the root systems, is what I was told. And so that's, that's what we want to put on our plants to make them healthy and strong and have good root systems. And that's what happens when it gets into the water, that the bacteria that's in there, the plants in there, including invasive plants, are going to overtake the water. And it's going to just end up depleting the oxygen. It just becomes a cycle of killing the lake off slowly.
Thank you.
Sure, Representative Bixby.
Do we have someone from DES coming up because they might be able to address that question more?
I do not see anybody from any of our agencies listed as someone who is going to talk. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions, if I may. The date here in Section 6, October 15th through April 1st, is that a date that's already in law somewhere else?
All of the information that I put in was already part of what other states did when I looked in, especially into Maine when I pulled their laws. So everything that is written here is a combination of what the other states around us are doing, including Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maine.
Yeah, follow up?
Follow up, go ahead.
So it's not in New Hampshire law?
Not as far as I know.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you again for taking my question. So I understand that October 15th, technically the ground is frozen. But lately, with the way the climate has been, we're still able to work the fields in October. And I think putting in a date based on how things are going might be harm folks, because people in agriculture, if they're needing to apply a fertilizer at that time.
I don't think it's saying that it can't be applied. It's saying it can't be applied if it's saturated or frozen.
No, or from October 15th through April 1st.
I can certainly amend that to say between that time period. Again, I went by Vermont, and in Vermont, it's prohibited from October 16th to March 31st on frozen ground. So maybe I can amend it to clarify.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, what concerned me a little bit in your testimony, well, in answering the questions, is this is being targeted to homeowners, basically, to the private citizen. However, you kind of alluded that it could be more, you inferred that you had to water it down and exclude agricultural use and gardening so that this bill get passed. My question to you is, agriculture and gardening rely heavily on phosphorus, NPK, the three that you were talking about specifically, in order to make sure that they can grow their crops and feed the populace of New Hampshire. And what I'm concerned about with this bill is, at some future point, we may end up going down the road of banning it for those purposes, based on what you stated. Do you see that happening?
I mean, there's a possibility that that could happen. I believe that the intent of not including agricultural use or golf courses for management is because we're dealing with people who are running their business and who follow the laws, and they know how to apply these chemicals in an appropriate manner. It is the general public that I'm concerned about, who do not apply it in the appropriate manner and are not educated on the impact of when they put fertilizer and it overspills onto their driveway and they just push it down the storm drain, that they're not understanding where the storm drain actually goes to and where it disperses its water. So my hope would be that if golf course and agriculture are using these, that they are very well educated in how to appropriately apply chemicals so that it does not hurt the environment.
Representative Comtois, you had another question, and then Representative Nab.
Just a basic follow-up, and thank you again. Sorry about that. Just a basic follow-up to your answer is, so basically what you're saying and what I'm hearing here is this is an education bill. We need to educate the consumer, and you're using this as a way to educate people.
Well, that's only one facet, is to educate them, but we still need to put the restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would think that Part 6 is something that is self-evident, that you would not apply fertilizer if the ground was frozen and not going to take it in, or if it was going to run off and be useless, and that commercial applicators would in particular understand that. But I think it would be helpful to get some input from the Farm Bureau and or the Department of Agriculture, just to make sure. The fact that they haven't emailed about this bill makes me think that it's not a concern, but I think it would be helpful to have their input on that because it will have an impact on farmers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, another sort of unclear area is whether whether the use of phosphorus in a greenhouse would count as an application. And I think that the bill should directly have something specific to indicate how phosphorus should be managed in greenhouses, and if this prohibition affects that, because during, unlike the outside applications, which people aren't applying phosphorus right now, it's but at least outside, but people are using phosphorus in greenhouses because it's an important nutrient for greenhouse plants. It's a controlled environment, but we might want to have something in here that addresses the fact that greenhouse applications are not affected by this bill. Would you agree?
Well, it says gardening, but I could certainly add in greenhouse gardening.
Right, but I think so. The exemptions that are listed in 5 don't cover 6 the way that the bill is written. For 6 would need to have a specific exemption indicating that greenhouses don't have that seasonal restriction.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I also have a concern in the list of exemptions that we don't include municipalities who may need to apply fertilizer to parks, recreation areas.
Well, they can if the soil is tested and they see that it's phosphorus deficit. Otherwise, there would be no reason to be applying it.
Okay, but I mean, you've outlined a few of the other exemptions specifically for gardening, agricultural use. I would think municipal use would also be something that would be exempted.
Again, this is going to, even on these exemptions for agricultural use and for the, I just think if you're talking about parks, that before they would be applying anything, they would be checking to see what exactly is needed. And that would be that they would do a soil sample to see that there's a phosphorus deficit, and then they would go ahead and put that, use those fertilizers.
So why wouldn't the same logic be applied to golf courses?
It certainly could be.
Okay, thank you.
We can certainly add that and amend it.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Smart.
I have to think how to formulate it as a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. You have down exemptions. First of all, I think you said in the beginning that New Hampshire, the state of New Hampshire prohibits phosphorus in its fertilizers.
Up to 0.67%,
So
or
the
after
point-
that. More
And
than that.
there's no way to enforce it. So what's the point of the bill? If we can't enforce it and there's already a rule that you can't have phosphorus in your fertilizer.
because even phosphorus with 0.67 or even fertilizer with 0.67% is still going to, even that at that minimal amount, if it goes into our storm drains and ends up in our watershed, which ends up in our lakes, is going to cause harm, which is why when you abut a lake, you can't put 0.7, you can't put any fertilizer within 25 feet, regardless.
So, it's my understanding that agriculture, like my husband does haying, he has 100-foot setback. So why is it 25 feet for a homeowner, but 100-foot setback for farms?
The 25-foot is already set in law. I don't know the answer for that.
Don't you think it's a little bit like it should be the same for everybody?
I was going to increase it to 50 feet, and then I said, in my head, I was just like, if the law already says 25 feet, I would leave it to what the current law states.
And there's no mention, I'm sorry, can I ask
Sure,
another?
go right
There's no
ahead.
mention of
Follow up.
highway departments. A lot of times with the ditching, with the highway departments, I mean, your house is a mile away, but you're up on a hill, and that water runs down over the hill, over the road, and down into the lake, say Alton area.
Mhm.
There's no, I don't see any provision in here that educates the highway department on how to maintain the roads to keep the runoff from going into the lakes, number one. And number two, I think homeowners, my personal feeling on runoff from your home, if you own property around the lake, that there should be some sort of a filtration system put in to keep a natural filtration system, not one that, to keep this, to filter the water before it gets into the lake. So it's a landowner's problem.
Well, that's the whole purpose of that. The people who live on the lake are doing the correct thing. We have
not.
ways of mitigating or putting, like at my house in particular, the water, when it runs across my yard, then goes into a bunch of stone before it would enter the lake. So it has time to dissipate into the soil. With regard to the highway, I would think that I won't say I find it hard to believe, but I'd be very disappointed if the highway system, when they create those ditches, are not creating it to catch the water and have the water then filtrate through the ground and not run directly into the lake. As I said, our concern, at least in the Salem area, is that our storm drains, regardless, if you're in the watershed, which is huge, it doesn't matter where you live. If you're not using the precautions that we on the lake that we have to use and the setbacks, all that same water is just going to run into the storm drains and go directly in. I mean, I wish that there was a law in place that actually said all waters in a storm drain have to go into a holding so that it then has to dissipate and filter through the ground instead of running directly. But that apparently is not in place in New Hampshire, because I know we have about 20 storm drain outlets coming directly into our lake.
Okay,
I'm sorry, did I not answer the question?
No, you answered that fine. I'm just wondering why not make the storm drain catch basin a law versus this?
Because we don't have storm drain catch basins right now, and I would think that would be a heck of a lot more expensive and to push onto towns where they don't have the property. I think that they have no areas to put those catch basins. I think a lot of times when we write laws that have to do with lakes, we tend to think of the North Country and people who have acreage. Around Arlington Pond, our lots are 50 feet by 100 feet. So we don't have a lot of space down there, and we don't have any public access to the beaches or to the lake. And so some of the things that that we apply for the lakes in the northern region of our state where they have a lot of property, and you come down to the southern region where we have a much more congested environment, we don't have the areas to put in these catch basins or, the same, it can't be kind of, I guess, a one size fits all. And again, I go back to the report that was just written, and it specifically said that we need to address the phosphorus coming into the waters. I don't know if everybody had, sorry, I just assumed everyone had already seen that report. It just came out in November.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, if this bill gets passed and it only educates people about phosphorus on their lawns, I think it's done a service. Also, it will open up the opportunity for homeowners to have more options in getting zero phosphorus fertilizer. But as a member of the Nashua Conservation Commission, one of the things that I have seen is that people need to be educated that lawns serve absolutely no purpose in the environment other than to make people feel good when they look out their window or to give people something to do on the weekends when they get on their riding lawnmower. So we have been trying to encourage people to limit the size of their lawns and to populate it with plants that are native to New Hampshire and that will provide substance and food for our wildlife. So I just want to say that I appreciate this bill. It looks like it needs a little bit of work, but it doesn't appear to me to be anything that will kill it. And I'm hoping that our committee will do its due diligence on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if we have no other questions from the committee, we can move on. We've got 5 other people who would like to speak, and they have indicated 2 to 3 minutes each, which would be good. So I would like to call Joanne Sigua to our testimony table. Good morning. And I see you are from DES?
I'm from the,
Microphone, please.
I'm a representative of the CACR Lake Protective Association, which is in Sutton, New Hampshire. That's a small lake. It's approximately 182 acres, average depth of 9 feet. But when we say 9 feet, there's areas that are 27 feet. There's areas that are 2 feet or less. So it's a very small lake. And I want to talk a little bit, one of your representatives mentioned about the science. When you have a small lake, it's very shallow, in certain areas, and the sunlight hits the bottom of the lake, which encourages plant growth. So there's actually a difference between ponds and lakes. Ponds usually are called ponds because technically the sunlight hits the bottom of the lake all the time.
Before
So-
you go on,
Sure, go ahead.
are you affiliated with Department of Environmental Services at all?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But basically, the phosphorus encourages photosynthesis. That's the whole thing. Okay, so the phosphorus and nitrogen and all that collects in there. It encourages photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is the light, right? The plants absorb the light and grow. And of course, they can grow to excess depending on how much phosphorus or nitrogen they have. So if there's tons of phosphorus in the lakes and ponds, plant growth is going to exponentially grow. And what happens is photosynthesis actually removes the carbon but produces the oxygen. And what happens is when the plants, which is great for fish, that's why there's some plants in there. It's great for fish and it's gung ho. But what happens is if there's overgrowth, it actually it covers the top of the lake. So like algae, cyanobacteria, all those plants, it covers the top of the lake. What happens is if it covers the top of the lake, it reduces the surface area of the lake, so the lake can't absorb oxygen. So when the lake can't absorb oxygen, all the other fish and all the other creatures that are in that lake die because now there's no oxygen. So that's why it's so important to decrease the phosphorus from all the lakes and the ponds. And one of the things that you mentioned that the education is really, really important because people don't understand that. And in New Hampshire, I actually live on CACR Lake. We've had an influx of new population. They don't understand the laws or understand the lake, period. And there's been a lot more construction. So if there's more construction, there's been more, growing of grass and using fertilizers. So we're seeing, Keezer Lake has been monitored very seriously, because in the 70s, it was one of the lakes that was heavily polluted and actually came back. It's a success story. And it came back, and it's wonderful now. But we have noticed in this particular lake an increase in cyanobacteria. And we believe it's possibly, the phosphorus, and also we have a beach on our small lake, and so an influx of more people on the beach as well. So the phosphorus and nitrogen, well, that is increasing that that source. I wouldn't say food, but the source that the plants needs these minerals to have photosynthesis. And because of the fact that it is so shallow, it can be a problem, and we just want to protect it. But it's not just for Keezer Lake. We know that, like, for instance, her pond and things and other lakes in New Hampshire are experiencing all the same thing. And so, so we do support this bill. Keezer Lake Protection Association does support this bill. And I don't want to take too much long of the process. I'm already at 3 minutes of time myself. But we do encourage you guys to really think this over and to pass this HB 1293.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We call Andrea Lamoureux from New Hampshire Lakes. Good morning and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. And you said 3 minutes as well.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. I am Andrea Lamoureux, the president of New Hampshire Lakes. I have a testimony letter coming around. New Hampshire Lakes, we're a statewide nonprofit organization. Our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. We represent about 275 local lake associations and thousands of lake enthusiasts throughout the state. There's been great discussion, and I think you all understand or have heard about the connection of phosphorus and cyanobacteria and water quality. I would like to also let you know I served on the advisory committee that advised the Department of Environmental Services in developing the plan to address cyanobacteria, the toxic blooms that are increasing in our lakes, increasing in severity and frequency. That report was published in November 2023. This bill is consistent with that, the action plan of that, recommendations of that plan. And in the interest of time, I just wanted to focus in on kind of one aspect here. Last week, I testified in front of the Senate Finance Committee. They're considering a $1 million appropriation to the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund, which is set up to provide loans and grants to local lake associations, municipalities, and water suppliers to implement projects to reduce the contributors to toxic cyanobacteria blooms in our lakes. And the Senate Finance Committee did their due diligence and asked me a number of questions. And one of the questions, they expressed some reservation about investing in the fund, and I'm paraphrasing here, putting a Band-Aid on the problem instead of really addressing the sources. And they asked me, what is the state, what are you doing about fertilizer? And so, of course, I let them know about this bill. And we do believe that this bill would get at sort of the low-hanging fruit of phosphorus pollution to our lakes. And New Hampshire Lakes, we run an education program statewide. It's called Lake Smart. We work with residents to implement lake-friendly things they can do on their property to help reduce their negative impact on the lake. We have come in contact with thousands of homeowners over the past 4 or 5 years through that program, and I will tell you, very low understanding of how to properly apply fertilizer and the negative impacts fertilizer can cause. And, a prevailing thought that, more is better when it comes to fertilizer. And so I think that through the Lake Smart program, we have come into contact with thousands, a couple thousand homeowners throughout the state. But there are thousands and thousands of homeowners throughout the state that my small team can't possibly, connect one-on-one with to talk about the problems of fertilizer. So I do think that if we can put in a law that provides more educational opportunities for these homeowners who do want to do the right thing and protect their investment, coupled with increased education and expanding the program that New Hampshire Lakes is doing, I think it's a win-win. And that's what I have to say. I urge you to vote to pass on this bill, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would it be safe to say that this bill is one of a two-pronged approach, so to speak, in addressing the compound effects of phosphorus runoff? It sounds like from the original bill's sponsor's testimony that there's a compounding effect when it comes from other locations, and then it kind of trickles down into the lake. But then also the other sort of arm that you're speaking about would be funding, as individual remediation efforts per lake are quite expensive.
Yes.
Okay, so this is sort of one of the two-pronged approach, so to speak.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
And I would now call Joni, I believe McIntyre, is that correct? Good morning. From New Hampshire Association of Realtors, and 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you just said, my name is Joni McIntyre. I'm an associate broker at Coldwell Banker J. Hampy Associates, and I'm this year's president of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. The Realtors would ask that you support HB 1293. The Realtors recognize New Hampshire's lakes and rivers also protect and enhance real estate values for both residential and commercial use. Properties on clean, well-managed lakes and rivers are more attractive to buyers and property owners by protecting views, recreational opportunities, and overall quality of life. The Realtors participated in the House Bill 1066 Legislative Commission, which reviewed the causes of cyanobacteria, blooms, and suggested solutions to remedy these issues. The resulting report, which has been discussed already, found that our water bodies are highly susceptible to excessive nutrient loads from stormwater runoff. HB 1293 is a responsible and practical approach to fix the problem in the most effective way by cutting the nutrient load in stormwater runoff. Realtors, as you probably know, are highly protective of property rights and tend to resist overly cumbersome or expensive mandates. We believe HB 1293 is a fair, cost-effective approach which will result in meaningful decrease in nutrient loading in our water bodies at a minimal cost to property owners. Realtors hope that you will vote ought to pass on HB 1293. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize, but could I get a copy of your testimony, please?
Sure.
Or could I get that testimony? Thank you.
Sure. Should we send it? Should we email it?
You can send it, or you can just pass it on to Representative Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Carl Yeager. Good morning, and you indicated 3 minutes to speak.
Sounds good. Good morning. Just wanted to say I do support this bill. I live on Arlington Pond also, and the pond for the most part this summer was useless. It looked great. We could put around the pond, but we couldn't actually go in the water because of the cyanobacteria. And back in 2022, we did have a bloom also then, so it's not just this year, it's other years that the problem is occurring. So phosphorus in fertilizer, it's definitely a problem if you do any research on it. So I do agree. The one comment, if possible, I would like to see golf courses also included in the bill as to restricting the use of phosphorus in their fertilizer. I understand agriculture, but a golf course can be a little less green, and that's fine with me, because golf courses are beautifully green and they put a lot of fertilizer down, and they can definitely run into the lakes too.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony this morning. Okay, I would like to now invite Aaron Yeager up to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me speak.
Good morning.
Good morning. I also live on Arlington Pond, and has already been stated, we had very little recreational time on the lake this summer. And I'll disagree with my husband. It wasn't pretty because for a large part of that, we had very ugly neon green in front of our entire property. So it affected our quality of life. It also potentially, if this continues and escalates as it has been in the last few years, it seems to be getting worse and worse over the past few years. It's going to affect our property values. We would have dead fish on our property, so it's affecting the fish in the lake as well as people's use of the lake. And I do think that trying to control the phosphorus is one of several ways that we can work on that. I am part of a watershed committee that was formed on the lake. We're going to look at an entire watershed plan, but we're trying to educate, work through our association and educate the residents on everything that they can do to try to control what feeds the cyanobacteria, and the phosphorus in fertilizer is definitely a major contributor to that.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for Ms. Yeager? Representative Potenza.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if someone answered this already. Do you approximately know how many people live like on the lake that have property? And then the second question is there any kind of public access as well to the pond?
There isn't really public access. There are some people that use some road access. Kids jump in and swim from there. They put their kayaks in and fish. But there are, Lori might know, how many houses on the lake?
Arlington Pond has at least 300 homes that abut it. But I want to preface, and I realize this as I'm listening to everyone, this is not an issue of small ponds. The Broads was shut down. So, I mean, we're talking parts of Lake Winnipesaukee were shut down this summer as well. This all started years ago. I believe it was Representative Rung, who is really, and she's one of the co-sponsors on this. She really brought this to the forefront when her lake had cyanobacteria. And they only found that out because 2 dogs died, and someone took the dogs and had autopsies done and came to find out that it was the cyanobacteria that killed them. Now, what they did was they kept thinking, oh, it's from the manure, from the agriculture, or from the farm up the street. And once they did their lake management plan, they found out it was actually from one of the holding bins, one of the basins that we were talking about, that breached. So it had nothing to do with the manure from the farms where we right away like to try and think of it must be this and it must be that. There are so many things that cause cyanobacteria blooms, but phosphorus clearly, as I said in that report that was dated just recently in November of 23, the conclusion was that one of the primary focuses should be on the phosphorus overloads in the lake and how it's getting there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
If I could just add one one thing
Sure, go ahead.
to your question. In addition to the actual houses on the lake, there are lake associations and there are many, many houses on the streets just off of the lake. And they do have, they have boating access and beach access. There are several association beaches that people use as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else regarding this bill? I would like the blue sheet, please, Representative Davis.
201 or 0 opposed.
So from the online portal, we had 201 people in favor of this bill and 0 opposed to this
One
bill.
neutral.
Oh, one?
One neutral.
One neutral, thank you. So you have that. And we have 4 people on our blue sheet who are in favor of this bill. So I think we would probably like to get some input from Department of Agriculture on this bill, as well as Farm Bureau. And other than that, I'm going to close out this hearing and give us a few minutes for the clerk to get set up for the next hearing, which will be for House Bill 1294. So hang on one second. You let me know when you're all set.
Anytime you want.
Okay, this is for 1293. Okay, with that, I am going to open up the hearing for HB 1294. This is relative to prohibiting the state of New Hampshire from enforcing the regulations of the Environmental Protection Agency. And here to introduce the bill, I believe, is Representative Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So my name is Representative Granger, and you might be thinking that this is a crazy bill. And so you might be wondering why I'd push a bill that nullifies the entirety of the EPA, or at least tries to. The reason is actually pretty simple. We don't exactly know what part of the EPA is currently attacking Rochester and Milton. We know for sure that we have violated something, or at least they claim to, that the towns and cities have, Rochester and Milton have violated some part of what they claim to be, but we can't tell you exactly which part. And we've been working on this for quite some time, and getting answers out of the EPA has been incredibly difficult. So my constituents have demanded this. I normally don't work in the environmental side of things, but when constituents demand something, you have to do it, especially when they do it in mass, and they seem to have pretty good reasons to back up what they're angry about. So I'd love to give you a breakdown of the totality of events that have led to this bill, but it's not really that simple. It's very easy to see that the towns are getting attacked by the EPA, and we're not entirely, but it's much more difficult to explain exactly why that's the case. So it seems to be related to a snail in the Great Bay. So there is the claim that the EPA is making is that nitrogen from the wastewater treatment plant in Milton is going into the Salmon Falls River and killing a specific species of snail. They've made the same claim for every community that is on that river, working from the Great Bay up. So the amount of evidence that's available for this claim seems to be very, very scant. Accessing it has been very, very difficult, and the EPA is an organization that notoriously loves to overstep their statutory authority. So, from such shaky grounds, they demand that Milton, a town of 4,500 people, either build a brand new wastewater treatment plant, even though they haven't really proven that we're the source of the nitrogen, or build a giant pipe all the way from our septic to Rochester for treatment, which would require it going through mountains and granite and things like that, which obviously we cannot afford. Rochester already had their hit with the same alleged issue. We're not sure that the actual issue is real, but they claim that, or they have had issues regarding contracts that they've been forced to sign by the EPA, which I believe Representative Potenza will be talking about in more detail. Dover is still suffering from issues related to this alleged nitrogen increase that is allegedly killing the snail, and that was recently seen in their rainwater tax. That if anybody is, any representatives from Dover would probably be tracking that issue as well. So you may be wondering why nullify the entirety of the EPA based on this. I'm going to be filing an amendment to narrow the focus of the bill, but we needed to have something to start with. The first portion of this bill is the meat and potatoes of it, but we are still trying to figure out what specific parts of the EPA we have to nullify in order to solve this problem. Because all we can do at the state level is nullify. We don't have the ability to change how the EPA does business. So if you think it's overkill, I don't think so. Other people may think so, but we're planning to narrow the focus, and so the point right now is to try to figure out what specifically we're going after. There's other things that are wrong with the EPA outside of just Milton, Rochester, Dover, and every other town on the Salmon Falls rivers, rainwater, and things like that. They're alleged nitrogen. So the EPA is just notorious for not doing anything right. Like, so you take, if you might have noticed that there's a lot of trucks nowadays are a lot longer and larger than they used to be. That's because the EPA has incentivized longer vehicles, because the longer your vehicle is, the lower the standards for emissions. And so, in order to meet those emission standards, instead of building small, light trucks that are very fuel efficient like they used to do in the 90s, they make these massive behemoths. Go look at a Ford Ranger, and it's the size of a Ford F-250 from 1995. That's just an example. They also destroyed gas jugs. If you guys have ever purchased a modern gas jug, you might notice that those gas jugs don't actually work. You cannot actually use the gas jug to fill a vehicle. So you fill it with gas, you put it in, and it doesn't work, it just splashes all over the place. That's because they have spill-resistant gas jugs now that the EPA has mandated that everybody uses, even though the old ones were perfectly fine and worked great. And nowadays, you can't use a gas jug without hardware modifications. You also may have heard about the recent Supreme Court ruling in regards to how the EPA was overstepping their statutory authority when it came to defining wetlands. And that just shows that they do, in fact, overstep their statutory authority. And this is, in fact, an actual problem that actually exists when it comes to how bureaucracies will interpret the letter of the law in a way that gives them more power at the expense of the average citizen. So what we're trying to do is we need time to actually figure out what specific aspect of the EPA we need to nullify. And so for that purpose, I would like you guys to please don't ITL the bill until we have the amendment actually in front of you. In the meantime, yes, this is a very, very wide bill. Hopefully it made some noise and got some attention. And now we can maybe get some answers to the questions we were asking. We have a couple more people who are going to be testifying on this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Question, Representative Sofakaitis. And I would also say I have a pink card from Representative Potenza. So I am requesting that you please leave your table and sit in the audience, as you are not eligible then to ask questions. No, not outside, out. Okay, I'm sorry, Representative Sofakaitis, go ahead.
Hi, yes, good morning. Have you or your group or your constituents worked with our federal delegation?
Not directly. They don't like me because of party affiliation. I don't think they would return my emails. I've tried to talk to them about other things. They have their whole other song and dance that they have to deal with.
Thank you.
I don't think that if we did determine exactly what part of the EPA and what part of their statutory authority they are allows them to go after our town in such a way, and we asked our federal delegation, then that would be great if they wanted to help. I just didn't expect them to.
Okay, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I do have a question. Has there been no information or letters from the EPA to any of your town, municipalities, watershed agencies notifying of the problem?
So Representative Burnham is another co-sponsor on this bill. Unfortunately, due to the short notice, she wasn't able to make it here today. I believe that she would be able to provide all that she has because she is also a selectman in the town of Milton.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question and a correction. I believe the item that you were talking about regarding the EPA and overstepping their boundaries, I believe that came before the Supreme Court, and that was Sackett versus the EPA. Okay, so it was the Supreme Court of the United States that made the determination, okay, that the EPA was overstepping its boundaries. In fact, every environmental organization was not only stunned by that decision, but they're figuring out how they might be able to circumvent it, because wetlands are very important to our environment. So that's the comment I wanted to make. The question I have is, in the fiscal note, it says that I believe the DES says that we would be losing about $150 million per year in federal funds. My question is how would you be replacing that money?
So as I said, the amendment is a work in progress and is likely to make the fiscal note relatively meaningless.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to follow up on something Representative Dutsey just referred to. You've spoken about a recent Supreme Court ruling about overreach by the EPA. I don't know if Representative Dutsey referred to one case. Are you familiar with the June 2022 ruling by the Supreme Court in West Virginia versus the EPA?
I have Sackett versus the EPA up, but I don't have that one up, no.
Okay, so West Virginia versus the EPA was also the court ruled that EPA had overstepped its bounds. But even in that case, the conservative Supreme Court, who ruled 6-3 against the EPA, didn't even raise a whisper of the question that somehow the agency was unconstitutional. So my question to you is your judgment, as it is expressed in this bill, that the EPA is unconstitutional, meant to somehow take precedence over the Supreme Court, which has not raised the constitutionality of the existence of that department?
I believe that the Supreme Court doesn't proactively go out and create cases on their own. Someone else has to create a case, and then it has to go up through the judicial process in order to get to them.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
But they could have, in that case, not only restricted the rulemaking ability of the EPA, but actually ruled on the constitutionality of any actions by the EPA. They didn't do that. But I'll ask you also, just as a final follow-up to this question about the constitutionality, if you're specifically familiar with sections 2 and 3 of Article 2 of the Constitution.
Let me pull it up.
Well, I'll say, and you could take a look at it. These are the articles in the Constitution which establish the right of the office of the president to establish executive departments. This EPA was established by law, which was signed in by President Nixon. And so executive departments, the fact that the EPA does not exist within the Constitution does not make it unconstitutional. Those two sections in the Constitution establish the right of the executive branch to establish executive departments under law.
I would say that would they then be able to just make any department that they wish? The constitutional authority is very limited. You are only allowed to make, the federal government is only allowed to do that which is explicitly described in the Constitution and things that pertain to that. So I don't think that that's relevant in this specific case.
Congress is given the power to establish, to pass those laws, and it was passed by the president to create an executive branch, which is how the Constitution works.
If that's your opinion, that's your opinion.
Now, Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying today. I wonder if you have worked with DES on this at all. I mean, I respect the fact that your towns have a problem, and this has been very stressful for towns that have to upgrade their wastewater treatment plants, and it is an expense. It's an expense if you're an MS4 permit town. But it feels like there are other ways to try and get at this outside of nullifying our relationship with the EPA as a state. So I just wonder,
Yeah.
if
So
you've worked with DES on this issue at all, or gotten answers out of them at least. I mean, I feel like there's a communication issue going on here in addition to the financial obligations.
yes, it's right. We are having communication issues as well. I believe that Claudine Burnham, who was unfortunately not able to be here today, has been doing that, and that's been something that she's been spearheading as part of her role as a selectman in town. So I personally have not, however, it has been getting done, or at least as best as possible.
Follow up, Representative Nab.
Thank you. This isn't really a question, but an offer that I work with the Great Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve quite a bit and DES on Great Bay issues. So if I can be helpful in that role of getting answers for you, I'd be happy to help because I respect that you have a problem.
Thank you very much. I would
Representative
love
Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, listening to your testimony, you're not trying to nullify the EPA. This was just a placeholder bill until a future amendment could be filed. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you. You had mentioned that there were a number of your constituents that had contacted you and therefore you felt you were forced to do something. Could you tell me approximately how many of those constituents had contacted you?
I don't count, but it's significant enough that the number is not easily attained offhand.
50, 100, 1,000, 2,000?
Well, there's only 4,500 people in the town of Milton.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. So are we talking about 50% of the population?
I don't think it'd be 50% because I don't think 50% of the population pays enough attention to town meetings to. It's a significant number.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Creighton, you had a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, just in line with the previous question, what about the Attorney General? Have they been involved in this? I mean, clearly a lot of things that would fall into their bailiwick have been mentioned in this bill.
I don't know if any of us actually have reached out to the Attorney General. If you think that that's an appropriate avenue, then we can.
I mean, if we're talking about constitutionality of an agency and their ability to create laws and rules within the state of New Hampshire, I think that would be another avenue.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether or not you have explored all of the potential impacts to either this bill version or potential amendments that you plan to bring forward would have on funding mechanisms outside of just even general appropriations, but also grant funding applications if there were some sort of relationship change between how we interact with the EPA.
So it isn't my intention to I kind of don't want to go into the weeds of that. I believe there's probably significant disagreement on what the actual role of taking federal funds should be and whether we should be taking federal funds for X, Y, or Z. So rather than trying to, I'd rather just not answer that question, I guess.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so just thinking about the time here, and I think that it's clear that further questions about the bill as it's been presented to us so far don't actually make that much sense. It's considering doing a substantial amendment on it. But I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that this is an early bill, so we have to have it voted out of committee by mid-February. So I was wondering when you expect that you might be able to present us with an amendment that we could consider.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I do not have an amendment by the time this bill is due out of committee, then I'm sorry. I tried. I wish I could give you a deadline, but it's hard going so far. And if unfortunately an amendment is not out by the time you have to vote on this, or before it has to get kicked out of committee, I tried my best, but it is what it is at that point. Hopefully we can avoid that whole issue by having the amendment to you before then.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we can move on to, we have 4 other folks who'd like to speak. I have Representative Belcher, who has requested 2 minutes. Okay. I'd like to restrict it also. We're running out of time, so I'd like to restrict it to 3 minutes, please.
Sorry, I just have to pull this up. Okay, so I just want to be clear that, when I saw this bill, I was kind of taken off guard. I don't support this bill in its current fashion in any way. So this came up because, of course, it's gotten a lot of social media attention, negative, they say negative attention is better than no attention. I appreciate Representative Granger for bringing this forward. So if you can see what I passed out, and it was copied, and so there's definitely some people have some copies that you can't even really tell. This is where this all started, where I got involved, and it's now from several constituents. So in Rochester, during our city council, this Conservation Law Foundation type pseudo committee presented to the Rochester City Council. At the time, Senator Gray was still sitting on that council. He was floored by this. There was so much feedback. Basically, what's happening is a group of city managers from Dover and Rochester and Portsmouth decided on pretty much this rain tax is what it is. And so just to give you kind of and there's a big contract here, and I'll send the committee everything that they need on this. The good thing is that this went through Dover first, and the Dover City Council actually rejected it. But this is the problem. They rejected it. And there's another constituent that's going to be talking about this. She's the one that got me involved in this, and she's from Dover. So the city voted 6-3 to end the rain tax, but there's still a contract that was signed, and you can see it from Mr. Joyle, on 3/26/21 with the EPA. Is this contract now void? And so the city attorney writes back and says, this settlement agreement is still in effect, and EPA was not a party to that settlement agreement. The MAM group, which is it's up here, it tells you what the name is. It's MAAM is the abbreviation, meets periodically. You may find the MAM website here of interest, and then I'll send you that so you guys can have that. So there's basically like an intermunicipal body that is passing something where that's taxation without representation. These folks that have huge pieces of property, like the person that's going to speak, is going to be severely impacted. If you have rental property, if you just have a lot of land, you're going to get hit. And it's crazy. If you look at this document, on page 11, that there are literally 4 city managers that decided this. I know that the constituents that's going to speak to you contacted the committee. It was in the summertime, and this has just not had enough visibility at all. People should be screaming about this. And I talked to the city council in Rochester after that meeting, and everybody was very blindsided. The audience was crazy. They just couldn't even believe what they were hearing. So, and the city of Rochester is actually paying, I haven't received that information yet from my 91A, paying someone to be on this council type committee that is deciding this, this whole agreement. Once I send you this electronically, you will see where the tax impact is. They give a proposed tax impact, which is in here too. It's hard to read on here, but that's kind of where we're at. There's a huge overreach at this point, and that's why. And I don't know if we can pull an amendment together somehow to make this type of stuff stop, but we're going to do everything possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I would also like to call Representative Belcher next. You've requested 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good morning. I'm going to present a little bit of a different view of this bill. My view of it is a little bit narrower than I think what you've heard, but I think it's well founded. So what is this bill not, first of all? This bill is not telling the U.S. Congress that it does not have the authority to make law. That's not what this is. Congressional laws related to environment and agriculture would not be voided by this bill. Recently, as I'm sure you guys have discussed a little bit already, the Supreme Court has made significant cuts to the previously existing doctrine of Chevron deference. This concept that that Congress may delegate its lawmaking authorities to executive agencies has seen significant cutbacks. And that is the primary focus I see in this bill. Now, in recent years, the laws carrying both civil and criminal penalties promulgated by executive agencies has dwarfed those laws that have been passed by Congress. And that's part of the rationale that's been shown by SCOTUS in rolling back Chevron deference. I would note that the EPA in particular has an extremely spotty track record, from classifying part-year, ankle-deep streams as navigable waterways and devastating farming activity, to the catastrophic poisoning of the Animas River in Colorado, which was purely due to dereliction and incompetence on the part of this federal agency. Now, we proposed this, and I put my name to this document, not because I hate the environment, but because I love it and I cherish it enough that I would rather see this in the hands of New Hampshire than in this federal agency. Now, I'd also note that as far as things I've heard and questions that I've heard brought up, there's nothing in this document, there's nothing in this legislation that nullifies Congress. There's also nothing that nullifies the enforcement capacity of the EPA when it is acting according to laws passed by Congress. That's just not in here anywhere. It only addresses rules promulgated by the EPA outside of laws that were passed by Congress. And as such, I would disagree with the fiscal note, and I see no such reason that there should be any loss of finances as a result of this bill. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. So I understand, going back to our discussion about recent Supreme Court decisions regarding the scope of the EPA, there's room for debate, but there's no question that the Supreme Court has ruled on those. When you just made reference to actions on the part of the EPA that are outside of the scope of the laws that are created by Congress, right? That's a function, is it not, for the judicial branch, which is exactly actually in West Virginia versus EPA. The court has a piece in which they talk about the appropriateness of a judicial decision in cases that some people thought maybe it wasn't appropriate. But in any event, when you're talking about rules that are promulgated outside of the laws written by Congress, is that not a judicial branch issue rather than a legislative branch issue?
No, not at all. I think what you're offering is a doctrine of judicial supremacy. And this country was not set up as a judicial oligarchy. It was set up as three co-equal branches that have each other in check. And I think when there's an error made, and I think originally Chevron deference was an error, we as a federalist system need to offer some pushback.
Can I follow up?
You may follow up.
I would just I'd encourage you, if you take a look at, again, West Virginia versus EPA, that is not the finding of the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Belcher, I attend a lot of conferences and I attend a lot of webinars regarding the environment. A couple of things. Are you aware that New Hampshire is routinely called the Alabama of the Northeast because of our environmental positions? Are you aware of the fact that we had passed bills in 1995, to set in place certain targets to improve the environment, and we have not yet met those bills, the targets of those bills from 1995? Are you aware that just this past year we updated our I believe it was our climate or our DES, a solid waste management plan that was due to be updated in 2003. So for members of this, the House of Representatives, to consider the fact that New Hampshire would do better than the EPA on environmental standards, I think they should look at the record. Are you aware of that?
Thank you. There was a lot of questions. I'll do my best to address them. I think two answers. First, I would not be on board with any sort of negative connotations or slandering of our southern fellow citizens in Alabama. As far as New Hampshire and our track record, I'm sure there's always going to be room for improvement, but I would ask the citizens of Colorado how they feel about the mine disaster and the poisoning of that major river that was directly attributable to the EPA.
Okay. Representative Brulard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Belcher, are you aware that since 2018, the EPA has spent millions of dollars on ammunition, firearms, and other military-grade equipment? And are you comfortable with the EPA being a lethal arm of the federal government?
So I have a basic understanding. I don't know every
Point of
single.
order.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'd just like to stay focused on the construct of the bill.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think we should stay with within the confines of this legislation.
Well, if I may, real quick, just offer a supporting. I mean, this bill does regard the enforcement mechanism of the EPA, which is a coercive mechanism that oftentimes can.
But you will be bringing an amendment to narrow this bill down, as I understand.
I believe that was offered. I won't be bringing that amendment
you won't be.
myself.
There
I
will
was
be an
offering my
amendment,
more
sure.
narrow general reading of the bill as it exists.
Thank you. Representative Bixby, you had a question.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out for the committee that our purpose here is to ask questions that illuminate the specifics of the bill, and this is not the time to offer our own personal opinions about it. That's what we do in work sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So please make sure that that you're asking questions that are really trying to illuminate details of the bill that are not clear from the bill itself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. As you heard the testimony from Representative Granger about the snail, and I'm assuming that's what we're talking about here. I understand that you're looking at this as more narrowly focused, but do you feel that an amendment should be brought forth addressing the specific issue and how it affects the livelihood of these towns?
I would be perfectly happy to see an amendment brought forward that clarifies any language that we collectively feel needs to be clarified. I would note that my reading of the bill as it exists is a bit narrower, and I think that's well founded in the actual language of the bill.
Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Belcher, I read, sort of quickly read the PFAS report from DES, and there was a mention of Salmon Falls in there and mitigation required for, I don't remember Milton being mentioned, but do you think that, would the remediation for the nitrogen and from this bill that Representative Granger mentioned be part of the PFAS remediation that's required that the DES has pointed out?
I'm sorry, could you restate? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, so Representative Granger mentioned that nitrogen was the problem that the remediation was required for, that was going to cost Milton a lot of money, in Rochester. And I think that this was also pulled out as a PFAS project. And would those be tied together as far as remediation goes?
I apologize. I don't see any direct reference to the nature of the bill. If you want me to answer more generally, I believe those are articles that can and should be in the hands of the state of New Hampshire. And I think we can do that as a legislature to make sure these things get done right.
No, I think we need to move on here. And I would like to have, thank you for your testimony, and have Representative Horrigan come and speak. You have outlined 3 minutes. We are already over our time. So I would like to get through this quickly because we have another bill that we need to do before lunch.
So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan. I represent Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, which which has several miles of shoreline in Great Bay. So we're actually the whole town drains into Great Bay, and we do spend a lot of money on wastewater treatment, but that's one of our responsibilities as a town. And Milton, maybe 15 miles upstream, and maybe a town of only 4,500, but that is one of its responsibilities. And I think banning the EPA from the state doesn't really help it meet those responsibilities. We certainly could do a better job with it. I was not aware of the issue with, I hear a lot about pollution in Durham. My constituents have never said anything about nitrogen or an endangered species of snail. I don't even know what the species of snail is. It might have been helpful if we'd gotten some information about exactly what the species was of snail. But but certainly my community, fully supports not polluting Great Bay, and that's water. Everything's interconnected, as even the founding fathers noticed. It's mentioned that caring for waterways, especially navigable waterways of Salmon Falls, is explicitly part of the federal government's powers from the beginning. It's even there's even some Federalist papers about environmental issues. This is nothing new. So I was mostly reacting just to the bill. The bill as it was presented. The hypothetical amendment, I don't know if nullifying part of the EPA is any better idea or any more constitutional than nullifying the whole thing, which is what the original bill said. Frankly, I didn't understand the constitutional amendment, the original bill at all. I think I even joked that it sounds like it was written by ChatGPT, but that's, but to get down to, we don't have the power to unilaterally ban the EPA or any other federal agency, or even to partially ban it from the state. And also, even if we had the power, which we don't, it's a terrible idea. As I already said, as I said, water pollution is a legitimate problem. Even if we don't have the EPA, even if we secede from the United States, we still have to deal with things, including nitrogen runoff. the issue with this snail, and I mean, I know there are endangered species here in New Hampshire. I'm not familiar with any snail in Great Bay, but it's plausible that there is one. It's probably not just about the snail; it's about the whole ecosystem. So the issues with that snail would be they would be sort of a symbol of what's wrong with of something that's wrong with the entire ecosystem. And certainly restricting nitrogen runoff is like a legitimate way of addressing those problems. So, and the fiscal note has 2 pages long, so I'm the first person to basically defend the EPA here. It shows many things that it does for the state that are good for the state. To the best of my knowledge, the Department of Environmental Services likes having them here. They don't want them to they don't want to get rid of them. And also, if we focus on the EPA, there's other agencies, like, for example, the Army Corps of Engineers, for which I used to work many years ago for a few years, who also have jurisdiction over that. So you're not banning all the if you get rid of even if you ban the EPA or partially, you've still got other agencies you have to deal with. So I think this bill's inexpedient to legislate. The amendment, as I said, it doesn't exist. I haven't seen it, but I don't think I could vote for that either. So I think the best thing to do is find it inexpedient to legislate, or you could try to have an interim study, maybe to get a little bit more clarity about what these issues are, because I didn't quite understand the explanation of what the problem was, except insofar as Milton may need to build a new wastewater treatment plant.
Okay,
which
Representative
is expensive.
Horgan, can you wrap up, please?
Yes, so I think I've covered everything. So I think this bill is not worth pursuing, and you should either inexpedient to legislate or possibly interim study, but probably just ITL is probably the best thing to do. And at least now I do understand why I was in this committee, because when I first read it, I said, this sounds more like the kind of thing they send to state, federal, or legislative administration, but at least I see why it's here. But yes, thanks.
Thank you. And our last pink card is for Julie Porter. Welcome to our committee. And I hope you can be brief.
No, unfortunately not.
Well, we have other bills that
I
we need to be
understand, but I'm a
heard.
citizen. I'm probably the only one in this room that represents a farmer, okay? So I implore you to listen to me.
We are listening.
Okay.
I just would like you to
I'll make it as
your-
brief as I can.
keep
This
your
could go on
comments
for
brief.
days, but here we go. Several years ago, I learned about the city of Dover worked to implement a rain tax. That led me here today. Unfortunately, due to the storm and my plow truck breaking down, I didn't have any copies to pass out, but I will email the information I have because it might answer a lot of questions. The rain tax or stormwater utility, I'm going to expose you to the EPA overreach without cause or proof to stranglehold New Hampshire people and natural resources. There's not enough time to get into all the details today. The email that I'll send includes just a few of the links involved in this effort, which the links includes a dozen more links. I mean, it could go on. You could spend years trying to research this stuff. I believe you'll find, as I did, there's no actual science to back any of this up, just assumptions. My focus is on farming, but many other professions, people, and natural resources are at risk. Farming, big and small, has always been the New Hampshire way. The lands have flourished with food and livestock to feed us through time, yet the EPA has only been around for 50 years. While farmers are trying to keep New Hampshire natural resources, EPA comes along and does the opposite. UNH Extension spent over 100 years in developing best management practices for best yields and the ecosystem. One of those is a buffer zone for wetlands. It's known to filter possible contaminant runoff. No one wants dirty water. No one wants dirty air. No one. So why has the government become so blinded by this special interest project they can't see the forest through the trees? Since when large corporations can permit to dredge and fill wetlands overnight, and the little guy gets the shaft for having large impervious surfaces, pole barns, and driveways? The EPA has become an arm of big government to do the bidding of lobbyists. So when it comes to the actual environment, they fail the land and the people. How someone in DC or even Boston possibly can have a clue what lands and water in New Hampshire need by sitting at a desk looking at satellite imagery that tells only half the truth of the land. They show no BMPs or even a homeowner using a rain barrel. In Dover, we just put to rest for now the first in the state rain tax or stormwater utility. This effort was forced upon taxpayers to appease the MAM, which was mentioned before, the EPA and the CLF, which is, I mean, these go on forever. There's a million groups involved in this, so if you want to delve into it, I'll send you the links. Contract dated 3/21 with Portsmouth, Dover, Rochester. City basically tried to enact a restrictive, unjustified burden on property owners in effect to help pay for costs associated by the EPA. Contract and shortfall in the city budget for sewer due for overdevelopment. The impact to small homes was minimal, but to farms, apartments, businesses, and nonprofit, it was tens of thousands of dollars per year. My farm alone was $35,000 a year in stormwater rain tax. Sorry. The tax is going to be double taxed. We're already taxed on our square footage, and this tax includes impervious surfaces. Even nonprofits weren't exempt. In fact, the only exemption was state highways. It died because it was done clandestine. No one believed it. No one seemed to pay attention until the day before the vote. People woke up, showed up, schooled the city council in ways of notice illegal taxation. The mayor and several city council members agonized and voted 6-3 to kill the tax. There was so much wrong with this effort. It would be a nightmare for property owners and the rest of us. Several of the items on the EPA's list for those were one of those items, there's hundreds of them, was they wanted us to replace our septic systems. I'm on septic. They wanted us to replace our septic systems and replace them with nitrogen-free systems. Yet the New Hampshire DES has not approved a nitrogen-free septic system. My property rates over 4,000 TSS, which I believe is total surface solubles, which is phosphorus and nitrogen. While my neighbor who applies pesticides regularly to their lawn is about 200. So you can see the vast difference, mainly because I have a large farm, a lot of pole buildings. This number is each property owner's impacted. The link to all seacoast towns and each land impact, I'll send that to you as well. Overreach. The EPA wants the city to pay $20 million for a new wastewater treatment plant and don't even know if it'll work. The efforts the city has done to nearly eliminate nitrates from discharge into the rivers is about 90%, same with Rochester. This is according to New Hampshire DES. I've spoken to tons of people over there. Yet the EPA is demanding a $20 million new plant. They don't even know if nitrogen is the issue. Part of the claim comes from the EPA's newest pet project, nitrogen. Like CO2, nitrogen is one of the basic elements to growing food. If you're a farmer, you know this. In 2006, there was a 100-year flood or Mother's Day flood in the seacoast. I'll have photos that I'll send you. This massive flood caused the wastewater treatment plants all along the rivers in the seacoast to overflow effluent into Great Bay. You can see that on the chart from the NHDES spike. Since testing started in 2000 to 2016, the nitrogen levels have plummeted and righted themselves. That's what happens with a fast-moving tidal river. According to the EPA, it isn't enough, yet there have been 0 studies to determine what eelgrass, I'll get to eelgrass in a minute, to the bay decline. No one study has been done to determine if it is in fact nitrogen or something else entirely, or maybe it's the natural life cycle of eelgrass. No one seems to know or care. So let's call it nitrogen. All the environmentalists will be happy. Wrong. This issue is far more compelling. I've asked everyone, all the departments, to the agencies, what if nitrogen tanks in the bay? Okay, big scenario. What if we go too far with this whole nitrogen thing? What if it tanks? What are you going to do? Are you going to? They don't have anything in place. Nothing. Zero, zip, nada, to test if it goes too low, and they have no fail-safe to what to do with it if it does go too low. And again, the city and the MAM are actually starting a study to try to find answers as to why, and I don't know about the snail, but according to them, it's the eelgrass. I own a farm in Dover. I've had it for 30 years. I grew up on dairy farms in Lee. We've maintained a healthy balance with nature. We know how the land works and how to efficiently make the land prosper and yield wildlife. Rural character, gentrification, small farms were encouraged. Now farms are the devil. When I found about the nitrogen, I had my property tested because, again, I'm like, well, I certainly don't want to harm my land. I don't want to harm the bay. I don't want to harm anything. So I had my property tested on a stormwater day, off the roof, 0 excess nitrogen, all the way to my retention pond with 52 houses drain in, including my manure pit, on and on and on. 0 excess nitrogen. I go all the way to the Bellamy Reservoir, which is Portsmouth Water Supply, tested there, 0 excess nitrogen. I don't know what they're doing, but anyway. Let's talk about eelgrass. According to authorities, eelgrass is declining. Some of the things listed to the decline are humans, changing conditions, runoff, wastewater, etc. So the EPA and others go after the wastewater treatment plants, but are absolutely sure they are the cause. If effluent is a factor in the bay's health, then why are boats dumping raw sewage in the bay? Why are golf courses and beautiful lawns exempt? Why is the waterfront development allowed at all? Why are the lawns allowed to add harmful pesticides and live on the bay? The folks who own waterfront boats don't want to be treated like the rest of us, I guess. I don't know. Why no one speaks up and why I do. I deeply care for every spotted wood Blandings turtle on my property, the owls, the plants, the spotted striped salamanders, the vernal pools, which are many, that teem with life, the deer, the moose we are fortunate to have on our land, the trees. We are the second largest pine in the county. 30 years of being a caretaker, and you'll allow some suit in Boston to take this away. Because basically, that kind of money, we'll be selling it to development. I don't want to. I want it for my grandchildren. But some suit in Boston's driving this bus. I have no idea. And this whole area, if this kind of stuff goes on, and it's going into all the towns, including Durham, anyone that's on a river in New Hampshire basically is going to get some kind of nitrogen thing from the EPA. So getting New Hampshire DES in control without the overhand at the EPA is a start. Maybe we can heal what's left of our lands before farmers have to sell. I'm just going to give you a couple timelines. I'm almost done. My land was farmed in the 400 years ago, and the first colony is 1640. New Hampshire was established 1776, UNH. 1866, extension 1917. Now, extensions, if any of you farmers know how valuable extension is to us, which is one last point I want to bring up. The EPA is 1970. So to me, there's a big disconnect there. They aren't working with us. So when it comes to extension, everybody wants to pull nitrogen out of the water. We send our soil samples to extension every year. They tell us to put nitrogen back in. So somebody please tell me what is going on. I would really like to know what the EPA, what all these people are doing. I go to the city, I talk to them. Their hands are tied. The city of Dover is paying millions of dollars or whatever on studies for the EPA to make them happy. The more I get into this, the more my head hurts. And all I want to do is do my farm. And this kind of stuff comes up, and I'm not going to be able to do it anymore. Neither are the other farmers that don't even know about this. So the EPA has only been around for 50 years, where farming been here for hundreds. The land I occupied, steward, is Native American land. We need better studies before jumping into possible irreversible programs. Have our own New Hampshire DES in control of New Hampshire natural resources as a start. Again, I'm not sitting here telling you that I'm against the environment. It's the opposite. And I do think that there's a problem and a disconnect with those suits in Boston telling us people in New Hampshire about my floodplain. I'm sorry, but it's bad. And we fought this, and no one would listen. And that's why I'm here today, because I don't know if you're going to listen to me or not. But I'll tell you, a whole lot of wildlife and whatever in my property is going to go because I can't afford it. I can't afford it anymore. Dover is like one of the most expensive towns. And the money they've spent on this EPA juggling thing with septic sewers and wastewater treatment plants and Rochester's dealing with the same thing. I really don't know. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Representative Potenza. Oh, yeah, you can't because you testified. Sorry. Representative Dutsey. That's why you're supposed to be sitting over there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Madam, is your property in current use?
Yes.
So you're already getting a reduced tax rate in order for you to farm
And-
your property, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank
And
you.
What's that got to do
Representative
with? I'd like
Coulon?
to know what that has to do with it.
No, it's not your,
Every farm in New Hampshire is on current use, honey.
it's not.
Everyone.
It's not your purview to ask
I
questions.
can't ask questions?
No, we are asking questions from your testimony.
Excuse me, I never done this before.
But
I
no
want to be
worries.
home on my farm. I don't
No
want to be here doing
worries.
this.
Representative Coulon, you had a question.
Oh yeah, first of all, I'd like to, say I think that you've incurred a great injustice in your way overtax, and it sounds like you and your town and everyone else is being bullied by the EPA, and I think it sounds like you think that maybe we might consider waiting for an amendment to fix and overhaul this bill to help people like you and farmers, because that's what we're supposed to be doing on this committee, is caring about farmers, and you sound like you are one, so
Yeah, I am one.
awesome. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe this is a question for the original sponsor or yourself. I don't know, but forgive me if you can't answer it, then somebody else can.
Fine.
I was looking through some of the other information that was provided to us, and it looks like there were, according to a letter that was included in some of the testimony, there are 13 New Hampshire wastewater dischargers that were being considered from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And it sounds to me like, based on your information and some of the others, that we don't really have a full complement of information here.
No, and that's my point to everyone, that even to the city, that there's not enough study done to know exactly why eelgrass is dying. Is it a natural cycle? Is it something else entirely? They don't know. They absolutely, you cannot, I've looked through every single document after every single person, and not one person can tell me what's going on in the bay and why. So they just put a name on it, and it's nitrogen, and then cascaded a bunch of other stuff. But there are groups out there, and I guess Dover told me, because I met with them last week, the city attorney said that they, I think at the MAM group or one of the groups, is going to actually begin studying why. Because Dover can't incur, and they don't even know if it's going to work. They don't even know if these things that the EPA is setting up for us are going to work. So they're working closely with New Hampshire DES. And, I've talked to them at length. I don't agree with everything, but some of this, I think it's better local. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank you for taking the time out of your work to come and talk to us today. This is great to have some very specific context about what is happening in your community. So thank you. Do you know, it would seem to me that in addition to DES, that the Attorney General's office might be a place to go to see, what protections might be made available from the state. So do you know what outreach has been done to the Attorney General to see where they might be able to help the community?
I sent to this gentleman here, I've sent to the New Hampshire Attorney General Formella, I believe is his
Yes,
name. I
yes,
sent
ma'am.
his office this information about what we were going through in Dover, demanding answers, and got nothing. Zip.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, thank you for answering my question.
Do you have a written copy of your testimony at all?
I can email that.
Thank you. We would appreciate it. Representative Suffolkitis, and I hope that we can wrap this up because we're running late here.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you understand that you're welcome here, and we're glad that you've come. I've been on this committee for several sessions, and this is the first I've heard of it, and so I'm delighted that you came today.
Thank you.
As am I.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
It's a rabbit hole.
Thank you.
I'll tell you that.
I would like to get the blue sheet. I've also been informed that the online comments on this, 4 were in support of this bill and 44 were in opposition of this bill. 4 and 44 were in opposition. Online, yep. And the blue sheet, nobody has written anything on this. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing for HB 1294. And we are running late. This is supposed to be our lunchtime, but hopefully we can get through this next one very quickly. So I invite Representative Dan McGuire to come and introduce HB 1626.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. This year, I happen to be the chair of the Joint Committee on Dedicated Funds. This is a committee which reviews all the dedicated funds on a 5-year cycle and makes recommendations of what's to be done with those funds. And this year we did 1/5 of the funds, which included the Department of Agriculture. And this bill, House Bill 1626, is the result of the committee's work. and it's not exactly technical changes, but it's the next best thing. You know, this is the kind of bill that frequently just gets passed on consent with no not much changes. The biggest thing in the bill related to the Department of Agriculture is the beginning two sections that have to do with the dog license fees. So currently, $2.50 of the dog license fees goes to the Department of Agriculture for $2 for the spay and neuter program and 50 cents for the veterinary diagnostic laboratory. And what we noticed with these two particular funds is one was growing, so they weren't using all the money for that one. The other one was shrinking, so it needed a little more money. And the department asked us to change the ratio to $1.75 for the spay and neuter and 75 cents for the veterinary diagnostic laboratory. That's the kind of stuff this bill is all about. So I'm happy to answer questions. I brought one copy of our report for your clerk, but I can get other copies if you really want them.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So I just talked with Representative Almy last night, who did not really want to come in to testify for 2 minutes today. And
I understand.
So she gave me to understand that there are essentially two aspects of this bill. One has to do with the repealing of a lot of dedicated funds. The other has to do with the dog license fees. And she indicated that that the dog license fee was the only part that really was connected to what we're doing on this committee, because the other is pretty much a ways and means issue. So is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So essentially, what this bill is asking us to determine is whether it makes sense to give the diagnostic lab a little bit more money, and the spay and neuter fund, which is, because it's so effective, not needed as much anymore, a little bit less money. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yep. Sounds
Thank you.
good to me.
And you can read the dedicated funds report, which shows you the balances and how they're changing over the years, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Or not. Yeah. But that's what we did. So.
All right. Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in today. It might be outside of our purview, but I just wonder if you could speak to part 2, number 3, what's changing there with the hunting, fishing, and trapping? Nothing's changing. It says repealed and, okay. That's just previous.
Unless that's a highlighted, I don't see anything highlighted that would address the repeal in that section. Are we?
It says it's repealed and
Yeah,
redacted. I
so-
didn't know if something was changing there or not.
Yeah, this is a case where there was some dedicated fund, something going into a dedicated fund, which I guess was sort of unused, and the Fish and Game Department just wanted it in their normal fund, right?
Okay.
So they, that's kind of what's going on there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I'm trying to get that. Okay. Oh, Representative
I
Bixby.
just have a comment, which is I had been considering executing this now, executing this today because it's just so straightforward. But I think that given the time, we should just put it on the list for our other execs in a couple of weeks.
No problem.
Thank you. I also have, thank you for your testimony, Representative McGuire. I have one other person who asked for 2 minutes to speak, Natch Grays from NHMA. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. As Representative McGuire noted, there are a lot of parts to this bill. The only part that we are really concerned about is the apportionment of the fees, the dog licensing fees that are kept by the municipality versus that go to the state. Assuming that I read this correctly, although someone should certainly check my math, there would be a decrease in the total dog registration fee of dog owners over 65 by a quarter, so go from $2 to $1.75. And there would be an increase in the amount of the going to the veterinary diagnostic library by a quarter, 50 or 75 cents instead of 50, and that's not paid by those over 65, according to what I believe I understand of how this is apportioned. So I went back and looked at 2023's HB 585, the fiscal note for that was put out by the Department of Agriculture, indicating they get $2 per license and approximately $400,000 per year from that total, which leaves me to believe there are about 200,000 registered dogs in the state of New Hampshire. Because there was no increase in the amount of the overall fee by a quarter, and there was a decrease by those over 65 by a quarter, I estimated that that quarter would cost about $50,000 per year, and that's about $50,000 per year that would not be kept at the local level. So it'd be a decrease in local revenues by $50,000 a year across the entire state. I recognize that overall, in the scheme of things, that isn't very much, but we do have a policy to oppose decreases in revenue that would negatively impact taxpayers, because that would have to be made up in some way, which is probably local property taxes.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I think that the issue really doesn't stem from a change in the revenue intended for towns. I think that it has to do with the way that the existing underlying law is written, which is when the fees for the diagnostic lab were put in, that went to the diagnostic lab were put in, it was done in a sort of clumsy way. But I think that that in fact the changes to the amounts going in and out are really are really a wash, and it just has to do with the way and what the changes don't have to do with the actual amount going to the towns, and or the towns still retain the same amount of money that they would already.
Like I said, that's our only concern, and someone should double check my math on that.
Okay. And if you want to touch base with me, I can go over that section of the law with you, and we can like sort out why it's confusing.
It's quite complex, as you know. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge that we did receive a communication from Dr. Stephen Crawford, our state veterinarian, which was sent to every member of our committee, that regarding HB 1626, neither Commissioner Jasper nor Dr. Crawford would be able to attend the hearing today, but they both note as the department's testimony to support HB 1626. And I just wanted to let that be known. All right, with that, do we have a blue sheet for this? And did we have any online activity for this?
Yes, it's 2-1-1.
There were 2 people opposed?
2 support.
Oh, 2 people supporting, 1 opposed, and 1 neutral for the online testimony. And then for the blue sheet, we have nothing on that. So with that, I am going to close this hearing on HB 1626. And we should break for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock for our subsequent hearings. Thank you very much, and sorry we ran late today.
Hey, we only ran late like by 8 minutes. That's not too bad.
I wanted to ask the committee, we heard the bill 16, HB 1626 this morning relative to the repeal of certain designated funds and relative to to the apportionment of dog license fees. Is anybody opposed to us executing this bill at this time? It seems to me that with the support of Dr. Crawford and the Commissioner Jasper, and also the report put out by Ways and Means, give a compelling reason for us to pass this bill. And I would like to poll the committee and see if it would be okay with you to exec it.
And I would just like
Representative
to say
Bixby?
that I would support that as well, so.
Okay, wonderful. Representative Smart.
Hi. The only thing that I would see, I would support that bill. The only thing that I question is the wording companion animal, just because we have so many service animals and companion animals, that it's just talking about people's pets, not companion animals. So people bring their dogs into the grocery store because it's my companion animal and I need it for emotional security or whatever.
Well, this is how statute is already written.
Okay.
We are just changing the amounts
Appropriation of
and the
funds.
appropriation of funds.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Representative Nab.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the question New Hampshire Municipal Association raised has been satisfied to their. Okay, thank you very much. Then I'm in support.
Okay. So with that, do I hear a motion? Representative Bixby.
I move ought to pass on HB 1626.
Representative Creighton.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, I would request the clerk to call the roll on executing HB 1626.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an ought to pass motion. Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Arnold.
Yes.
Representative Brouillard.
Aye.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sopakidis. Representative Dutzy. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Boschman. Boschman. Sorry about that.
Boschman.
Boschman.
Yes.
And
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Yes.
18-0, motion passes. Do we want this on consent?
No objection. Thank you, everyone. We'll close the exec session on HB 1626. And I believe Representative Bixby, you can do the committee report for this?
I could do that.
Thank you.
I don't think you have a choice.
All right, and I would like to open the hearing for CACR 14 relating to the environment and natural resources, providing that the state shall maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment. And that is being presented by Representative Horrigan, introduced rather. So Representative Horrigan.
As you correctly noted, Madam Chair, I am Representative Timothy Horrigan, and I continue to represent Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I guess you all have it in front of you. CACR 14 would add the following language to our state constitution if passed. And I don't know, do you want to get into the whole rigmarole about how a constitutional amendment is passed, or it needs needs 240 votes in the House, whatever 60% of the Senate is, I guess that's 15, and then it needs 2/3 of the people at the general election. So it's anyway. So it's so what it would add Article 83A, which will be placed right after Article 83 83, which 83 is a rather long article that's in a section entitled Part 2, Form of Government Encouragement of Literature, Trades, etc. Anyway, so what it says is, the people of this state shall maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment in New Hampshire for present and future generations. The legislature and magistrates shall provide adequate remedies for the protection of the environmental life support system and provide adequate remedies to prevent unreasonable depletion and degradation of natural resources. And this was based on Article 9, Section 1 of the Montana Constitution, but with the style reworded to match the style of the New Hampshire Constitution. We here in New Hampshire, we're very proud of the fact we have one of the oldest state constitutions. Montana actually has one of the youngest ones. It was adopted in 1973, so it was written in the early 1970s, about the same time when the Environmental Protection Agency was founded. So the reason, and actually I was inspired to introduce this after reading these news stories about a landmark court case in Montana, which was Ricky Held et al. Versus the state of Montana et al. And I actually have a copy of it here. I thought of printing up copies for everyone, but it's 103 pages long. I mean, it's actually makes fairly good reading, but I wasn't sure whether I wanted to dump that much paper on everyone, but I'll give a copy to the clerk, and I can certainly arrange to have copies printed up if people want to look at it, or you can look it up for yourself. So a diverse group of young Montanans sued their state government for failing to take adequate action against global warming. They were challenging they're challenging the constitutionality of the state's environmental and energy laws, which severely limited the state's ability to mitigate the environmental damage caused by fossil fuels. So Montana, here like New Hampshire, the people are sometimes pulled, the residents of the state are sometimes pulled in multiple directions. On the one hand, it's a very beautiful state with a small population like ours, also like a very large area like ours, but it also has a large fossil fuel industry. So, and so the plaintiffs were talking about how that had negatively impacted their lives. So they had young people aged from about 6 to 21 from all walks of life. One of the Held versus Montana plaintiffs actually has a connection to New Hampshire and actually to my community. So a woman named Georgiana Fisher is now 21. She was, I guess, 17 when the lawsuit was first filed. She happened to be a elite Nordic skier, and she's now a scholar athlete on UNH's ski team. And in fact, one of her grievances about the existing law was the fact that her training's become difficult because the snowpack in Montana doesn't start forming now until January. It used to start forming in November, so that cuts the amount of live training Nordic cross-country skiers can have on trails. And that's actually, I don't cross-country ski anymore, but certainly we all noticed there wasn't any snow on the ground until yesterday. So, which is not how it used to be. So I know this is a state 2,500 miles or so to the west of New Hampshire, but global warming is a problem in all 50 states. And, we've had bills here in New Hampshire that would try to restrict our own state government's ability to deal with the consequences of global warming. Like I've seen bills that go both ways about, for example, since I live on the seacoast, what to do about the problem of rising sea levels. So anyway, our New Hampshire State Constitution doesn't have any explicit protections for the environment, although I mean it's implicit. And in fact, we've generally done a good job over the past 250 years of maintaining a clean and healthful environment. And our environmental laws I think they're pretty strong. We did hear some discussion earlier about how they could be made stronger, but we take the environment seriously, but I think this will help us make it easier for us to take the environment seriously by putting these explicit protections in the state constitution. And so that's why I hope the committee will recommend this bill ought to pass, and hopefully down the road the full House and the Senate and the people of the state of New Hampshire will vote by a sufficient supermajority to pass it. So that's it. I do have a copy of the court order from Montana. It's in the what they call the District Court for Lewis and Clark County, which is the county where the state capital of Helena is. It's actually, the court is actually roughly equivalent to our Superior Court, but it makes for interesting reading. But anyway, so thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee. And if you have any questions, I can try to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions from our committee? I do have a question. The term clean and healthful environment means a lot of things, a lot
Yes.
of different things to a lot of different people.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
So, how would that be any kind of definite language to be added to the Constitution?
Well, it's very general language. We've added general language to the Constitution before. It's certainly more general than, say, the one about the right to privacy, which we passed a couple of years ago. So, I mean, I think it's broad. I mean, in my mind, it's clear. So that's, I guess that's basically my answer. Certainly, I don't think anybody wants a dirty or unhealthy environment. So,
No.
yeah, as we probably saw from the debate this morning we had, for example.
Representative Germana.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Horgan, for taking my question. So my question has to do with what you see the effect of this amendment being in practical terms. And one of the things that comes to my mind as a possibility, I'm wondering what you think about this, is, for example, the Department of Environmental Services, pardon me. A lot of states have departments of environmental protection who have a mission that is explicitly to protect the environment. The words protection and prevent both appear here in your amendment. So with an amendment like this, would one of the effects be to provide direction for state agencies, right?
Yeah.
So that this becomes central to their mission. And again, I think about environmental protection as opposed to environmental services, which is very often simply a permitting agency.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I think it would help clarify their mission. I mean, the DES doesn't have to change its name if it doesn't want to, although we've changed some State Department agencies since then. But yes, that would, I think, help focus it would help make their mission a little bit more explicit. It's a mission which they've already, I think they already are committed to environmental protection, but this would just clarify it and back them up, I think. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Sure. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the language, shall provide adequate remedies for the protection of environmental life support system and provide adequate remedies for to prevent unreasonable depletion of and degradation of natural resources. And the remedies implies that there is already some sort of damage. And it is creating a baseline assumption. It would be creating a baseline assumption in the Constitution that there's damage. And I'm not sure that that is really what we want to be doing.
Oh, well, it's up. The committee is the committee. It's your bill now. You are free to amend it, and I think your point may be well taken. I mean, certainly, in fact, there already has been a lot of damage to the environment. So whether we want, I mean, regardless of whether we have the presumption in there, the damage does exist. So I mean, if I basically took the existing wording from this state, which is been there for 50 years and worked pretty well there. There probably are other ways you can word it if you want to. So it's up to the committee to do that. So
Just follow up.
Sure. Follow up.
So the wording, that wording in that sentence is pretty much verbatim from the Montana Constitution.
yeah, pretty much. I translated into the style of our Constitution, myself and the drafters, but we pretty much echoed that provision of the Constitution. They did put a lot more environmental things into their Constitution, probably just because they were writing it in the early 1970s, the same era when the EPA was introduced, when there's a lot of people viewed the environmental issues differently. They did in 1776, I guess it was 1783, but when we were drafting our Constitution. So.
Okay, thank you.
But You're certainly free to reword it. So that's I understand that's your right, and you probably very well may improve the bill. So I'll wait and see what you come up with. So
Representative Creighton has a question.
Thank you for presenting this, Representative Horgan. I appreciate your testimony. I'm just going to drill a little bit down on Representative Bixby's question. What is your understanding of the definition of the word remedies? Does that mean that the state then pays for anything that's perceived as an environmental degradation? How do you see that word? What does that mean?
similar to what I believe we see elsewhere in the Constitution about the redress of grievances. So when something's wrong, it's the government's job to fix it. It doesn't mean they necessarily have to pay for every remedy or do everything that people ask, but like we are both in the legislative branch and the other two co-equal branches required to look out for the interests of the people, including the people's interest in a clean and healthful environment. So it's means somewhat the same thing as like the redress of grievances that appears elsewhere in the Constitution. So.
Anyone? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Representative Horgan. I just wanted to, in connection with points raised by Representatives Bixby and Creighton, as you said, you'd be willing to entertain other possible ways of wording this. I was also confused about, there's a paradox, I think, in talking about remedies and preventions in the same clause, right? Remedies is to literally to remediate something which has already happened. And to prevent something is to prevent something. So in this case, I also think it raises issues around, also as Representative Creighton was saying, are we talking about remediation of something that has already been done, which is one thing, or are we talking about taking active measures to prevent something else from happening? And I actually think those are two different functions. And so maybe that's something that's worthy of more discussion.
I think you're connected insofar as when the purpose of prevention is so that you then don't have to have a remedy down the road. So if we it's a lot easier to stop the damage from happening than to fix it after it happens. So that was my thinking. But
great, thank you.
Okay. Oh, Representative Murray. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for taking my question. I just wanted to double check with you and maybe perhaps just make sure the Secretary of State's office. It looks like the question to be printed on in the voter's guide, it just says the Constitution. Do we have any concern? Does it need to enumerate state constitution?
could you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure in the bill's direction.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's section 5.
Yeah.
Excuse me, section 7, lines 4/5. And my question was, it seems like that section directs the Secretary of State's office to print the voter's guide, and it just says the Constitution. I just didn't know if there was any concern making sure that it was enumerating the state constitution. This is an issue with all constitutional amendments that they have this little summary of it in the voter's guide, and people aren't always satisfied with it. I wasn't dissatisfied with the brief summary of it. And the voter's guide will also include, the exact language that, of course, will also appear in full on the ballot. That is like an ongoing dispute over how to present constitutional amendments to the public at election time. So it's not just, this is nothing unique to that amendment, but I think that's come up in election law a number of times. So you can, certainly that too, like the amendment, like the text amendment itself, is something that the committee, it's in your possession. You have the right to reword it if you think that's not a good summary. But that's what the drafting attorneys came up with, and it looked good to me. So that's why it's there. I don't.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah. So this is this bill is going to a second committee. Committee. Do you know if the second committee is election law?
I tell you the truth, I don't know, but that's plausible.
Maybe I'm misreading. I thought this was going. Is this a second committee bill?
Let me look and see.
There's so many.
It is not an early bill.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's not an early. That's what I thought.
Cancel that question.
Yeah, I know. I've done I've been on judiciary, which is considered a CACR that passed a couple of years ago. Although I was actually personally opposed to that one. So in that case, we were the only committee in the House, and then we sent it over to the Senate, and went through and also. Yes, I don't think this is going to a second committee. I'm not sure why it was scheduled for the first day, but that's the first day is as good as any other day. So here we are.
Any other questions for Representative Horgan? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Potenza.
So in the state constitution, I just wanted to point out a couple things. Do you feel that under Article 1, where it says, therefore all government of right originates from the people, is founded in consent, and instituted for the general good, don't you think that in a sense covers a piece here of what you're looking for, maintain a clean and healthful environment? But in some sense, all of our rights come from, are founded in consent from the people. So right there's a conflict of interest with your amendment, because you're basically telling people what they have to do versus telling them what their natural rights are. So that's my first question, and then I have a second one.
I mean, that's probably true of all the articles. The general good is that's the overarching principle, and then we have about over 100 articles that explicitly define what the general good is. So I don't think this one conflicts with so-called natural right more than any other one does. And of course, the word natural means like of nature. So this amendment is about trying to protect the natural environment. So in that case, that's not quite the same thing as a natural right. So I don't see a contradiction there, but I guess we disagree on that. But
You have a follow-up.
I do have a follow-up. So then, of course, under Article 2, you have enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and in word of seeking and obtaining happiness. Instead of having such a long paragraph here, why couldn't, because you've got something here, just clean, healthful environment, why couldn't that be in there as one of the other comma in statements, instead of, because then you get into the legislate and magistrate shall provide. That's not really how the Constitution works. And if you look at the last article here, no law changing the charter or form of government in a particular city or town shall be enacted by the legislature except to become effective upon the approval of the voters of such town. So Article 39 and Article 38 and 39 also contradict this a little bit.
I'm not sure. Just off the top of my head, I'm not sure if I agree with that analysis. I mean, certainly if you want to have a similar language somewhere else in another part of the Constitution, that's fine. But this seemed like an appropriate place to put it, and it goes right after a very long paragraph about what was it? Let me get the exact thing. Form of encouragement of literature, trades, etc. So that seemed to me like a good place to put it. There are other places you can put it. So this is just about Article 2. That's certainly something the committee you can discuss amongst yourselves at the work session. So this is what I came up in conjunction with the drafting attorneys. It's not the only way to address the issue, and of course, this issue is already implicitly implicitly defined elsewhere in the Constitution. But I think there's some value to explicitly define it, and that's what I think probably just about all the other 100+ articles in Constitution are doing too. They all sort of grow out of that first one. So, thanks.
Representative Nab.
Thank you very much. Thank you for speaking here today, Representative Horgan. I take Representative Potenza's point because I think the first sentence has potential as a useful part of the Constitution. I think I have a real concern about what the baseline of our environment is right now and how you would define that baseline. We all know we don't live in a clean and healthy environment, when all is said and done. And where do you define that right now? I don't know what Montana was like in the 1970s. It probably also had environmental problems, but I feel like 2023 New Hampshire, we all know there's many pollutants in the environment. And I don't know how you think about what's happened already and how you go forward. So,
Well,
I don't know if you thought it. I guess I'll make it a
I
question.
mean, I don't
Did you
disagree with
think
any point. I've never even been to Vermont. I mean, do have friends who, I do have friends who grew up in Bozeman, Montana, the same place where the woman is now in the UNH ski team. So I know it's a state that's, it's a very state with a very small population like ours. It's also one that's very proud of its natural environment, although it's also torn in other directions because it has a large fossil fuel industry and a large ranching industry. But certainly in the lawsuit they did, the young people who sued the state, they did talk a lot about what makes Montana unique. Like, for example, this woman Georgiana Fisher. I'm not speaking on her behalf, but she was a skier, and she grew up in an area that's Bozeman is a major ski resort, and their economy has been affected by the lack of snow in recent years, the more unpredictable climate, and all the other 15 plaintiffs told stories about similar aspects of their experience. So that's I'm not really that much of an expert on Montana, but I'm probably on solid ground making at least those general comments.
Representative Dotsie.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like a point of clarification. If this bill is now owned by our committee, okay, and we will most likely have a work session on it, would Representative Horgan be available at that work session to help us craft the bill so that, I mean, it seems like we're trying to craft the bill here. And if it is our bill and we will have a work session, I'm wondering if we could just move on and have some of these questions answered at that point.
Yes, it's possible if we have a work session that includes this bill. I'm sure Representative Horgan would know about it.
Yes, I'll do what I can. I'm on the Judiciary Committee, which is like yours, is a very busy committee, but I'll do whatever I can to be helpful. So, and this is this is not necessarily the only way to address this issue. So,
Representative Howard, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to pile on a little bit with the wordsmithing, it seems like if we were to take out a few words, it would be more clear and more concise. I would suggest taking out clean and in the health, and just leave it provide a healthful environment, and take out I would add natural in there, a healthful natural environment, and take out the two phrases of adequate remedies for, and just provide the protection of the environment.
And again, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's the kind of comments we would deal with in a work session.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for Representative Horgan on his introduction of this bill? Seeing none.
Thank you very much. I see there's a lot of interest in this issue. More than I was expecting. So I hope you have a good time working on it, and I'll do what I can to help you. So thanks.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close the hearing on CACR 14. The next bill that we are scheduled to hear this afternoon is HB 1630. I'm going to open up the hearing for that bill, HB 1630, which is relative to extended producer responsibility. And I believe we have Representative Parshall here to introduce his bill. He's welcome to Environment and Agriculture. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Before we move on, the previous bill, CACR 14, we had for the online
33 support.
We had 33 support, 4 opposed, and there was no blue sheet. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative Parshall. Introduce your bill, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. Thank you. We have a bill before us that addresses waste reduction at the source. This is stated in RSAs as preferable over landfills or burning. And before you discuss those bills, it's good to have a discussion of the means available for source reduction. And EPR is the most promising of all these strategies. There are some concerns, I understand, and I have heard some concerns, such as EPR will pass costs onto the consumer. There's no evidence to back up this, and in fact, quite the opposite seems to be the case. The little evidence we have is from a Canadian study, and if there were cost differences between EPR and non-PR provinces, they were so slight as to be immeasurable. We had testimony from Clark Corson, the program director for Collaborative Study with Waste Strategies. I refer you to page 10 of the final report, which I hope you all have had a chance to review. I know it's a hefty report, 200 and odd pages, but I wish I had my copy here. I walked off that this morning. But it does provide testimony over 3 days of many different interested parties, all who spoke in favor of EPR, business, industry, environmentalists, all in favor of it, at least in principle. At that time, we did not have a bill upon which to base any solid critiques. We do have that now, and I'm here to keep this bill alive, I hope. Now, the consumer is already paying for these tipping fees. We either pay directly through our taxes, or we pay through tipping fees when we go to the dump. So we're already paying to clean up. Well, here's an example right here. I'm a musician, a guitarist. This is what I needed in order to make my guitar work, the guitar string. I ordered it from Amazon. I hope I'm not plugging them. Ordered it from an online company. How's that? They sent me the package. I will be throwing that package away. And they sent it in an envelope, which will also be thrown away. So in order to get this, I have to dispose of this. And they did not ask me if I wanted to have this extra burden upon myself and upon my municipality. EPR will lower the playing field to make sure that the people who want to sell things like this will have to answer to those people who are willing to sell it in a paper envelope and the like. So that's another advantage of EPR. Let's see. As I said before, this is the only bill directly dealing with waste reduction across the board. I know there are several concerns that will be addressed by people who will be testifying after me. One is that it relies heavily on source reduction. I think that, yes, that is the goal, but if we have a level playing field and make sure that all the players are involved and have a seat and a voice at the table, including the consumer, I think we can mitigate any feeling of, I don't want to have to pay for this program, if we all can come together. Another criticism, I think, and I'm not sure if this is well-founded, is that it relies heavily upon Department of Environmental Services oversight. We are looking to have one hire in the Department of Environmental Services, not several, as the financial report tends to indicate. One person to oversee what we call a producer responsibility organization, a nonprofit set up to steward these funds and to make sure the funds are levied accordingly. I think that's about all I really have to say about it. Maybe I could also add, well, there was, I know another report talked about we live in a free market capitalist society. I'm not prepared really to involve myself in an intellectual discussion of this nature at this point. I don't think it'd be good for us, but I will say that I was not elected by free market capitalists. I was elected by constituents who wanted me to fairly bring this matter forward to reduce the cost of their disposal costs. And I think this bill does that. I thank you.
Representative Partial, so I have a question that you chaired a study committee on extended producer responsibility, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Was this bill written by the committee? Was this something that came out of the committee?
I wish it were written by the entire committee did have more input. We had one person who was only able to make half the meetings, and that makes it hard. We had lots of testimony. We had model legislation that we looked at from other states. we had a model that we looked at from environmental organization. And all those models discussed certain things that we do not discuss here in New Hampshire, such as they were focusing on such things as incineration and the like. This bill does not do that. This bill focuses on one thing, and that's getting a seat at the table for everybody who has to deal with our waste situation, including the producers and the consumers.
And just as a follow-up, so that study committee came out of HB 253,
Yes.
and there were specific criteria that you were supposed to study from that.
Yes, we were.
Do you have the items that you were charged to study with that?
I have them here, and I can say that, oh, well, thank you. We examine existing EPR laws in other states, territories, and international jurisdictions, which we did. And we were looked at possible targets for EPR, including packaging, single-use plastics, beverage containers, electronics waste, batteries, automotive waste, and hazardous waste. We did that. Assess how these laws can be adapted to the existing solid waste recovery infrastructure in New Hampshire. I think the bill speaks to that direction. And solicit industry stakeholder input on approaches that manufacturers and distributors would be best able to undertake or facilitate. We did our best in order to do that. We did have we had the New Hampshire Beverage Association, who I think they're speaking later. They have concerns, but prior to the legislation, and I think it still is generally true, they generally are in favor of the idea of some form of extended producer responsibility. Let's see, suggest possible legislation. We did that. Yes, we did. There was 5 areas there, and I think we addressed all of them.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Partial. I just wanted to clarify, to follow up on the chair's question, but this is not a committee bill, correct? So the bill doesn't have to address all of those things that were charged to the committee because it's not a committee bill. Am I wrong about that?
It is not a committee bill. We had 3 people at the end of the study committee address the need for further legislation. Deborah L. Schiller, Senator L. Schiller, made a motion to draft further legislation. It was seconded by Representative Arnold Davis, and I was the third vote on that. And we advanced the idea of submitting legislation. However, and I know we're all familiar with how our Office of Legislative Services was swamped this year. I got the bill in, we drafted it, and it was a real scramble to look for sponsors. So no, it does not, the sponsors are not necessarily the ones who were on that committee.
Thank you. I just wanted to begin with to clarify in terms of why this bill may not address all of the items that the committee was charged with is because this is not a committee bill, which it makes sense. May I ask a second question?
You may.
Thank you. So last night, good time, on a snowy evening, I read both the chairman's report from the study committee and the minority report. I also read the new biennial solid waste report, so a good time was had by all. And looking at the biennial solid waste report, I see between 2023 and 2045. In 2023, we are 27% behind our target goal for waste reduction. In 2045, we are going to be more than 50% behind our target goals for waste reduction. Packaging constitutes about a quarter of what goes into our landfills. So is it conceivable that we can make any significant progress toward those waste reduction goals without seriously addressing the problem of packaging going into our landfills?
I believe that we cannot. And I would also add to that, I think this is a prime time for us to proceed with resetting the table, having both consumers and producers sit down together and decide what's in the best interest of our long-term environment. I think we have a window of opportunity here, and by 2045, that window will no longer be available to us. So again, it comes back to, I think, wow, this bill, I'll fully admit, I think there probably will need some amending. But I'm more than happy to help with that work, and I do think that it's a bill that I would hope makes it onto the next step. I think we need to keep this conversation going for source reduction. I think there's a handout, in fact, going around that indicates the priority that Department of Environmental Services puts on source reduction. It's our number one priority. And I think up till now, we have not been addressing that very effectively.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative. I empathize with your somewhat frustrations on the packaging. I recently was looking at having some delivery of some items to my home, and there has been a move by industry to provide recapture return programs such as TerraCycle and many other types of things like that. But one of the entities that I was looking at had none of that available to them, and said it said this is not available in your state. And it showed all of the packaging that would have come with it. That's the first time I've even seen to that degree where it enumerates what types of packaging may have been included to that degree, and that I had no other options. If I was choosing to order it, I would be stuck with what was there. So I opted not to. But in any case, my question to you would be, you enumerate in the bill that the state comptroller has oversight over the program. We have been, within this committee, talking about oversight around online sales and online purchases for quite some time. And I'm curious to know who would be overseeing that portion of what you're trying to address, such as what you've presented like as a physical demonstration today.
Well, we know what's being brought into the state. We have their sales records. We also know that we can put these hands into qualified producer responsibility organizations, nonprofits that specialize in ascertaining the impact of this various packaging, and able to assess how to modulate fees in order to discourage overproduction of packaging. And one of the beauties, I think, of extended producer responsibility is that the producers go into it knowing that they will be paying a fee, knowing that they'll be able to modulate that fee by the choices they make. This will not outlaw plastic packaging. It will hopefully provide a level playing field for them to consider alternatives. Look, if I go to, and I was at McDonald's a couple of years ago, I was delighted to get my burger in a cardboard box. My fries came in a paper envelope, and my drink was in a waxed paper cup. I thought that was splendid. Is it cost efficient? Can they compete with the burger joint next door who's selling it in a styrofoam clamshell? If I have stock in the company, I want that company to make the product and deliver it as cheap as possible so I get as much profit from it. But if I have stock in my community and in my environment, I want a level playing field. And if we can somehow make that more of a level playing field, companies will want to sell the products that you want in the packaging that you want, that you desire. But we need to join with what most of the world is doing and what Canada has done, what several states are already either currently engaged in or have legislation in front of them. Extended producer responsibility is something that's being taken up across our nation and the world. And I think that if we don't get on board with it, we're going to end up being basically paying the cost of other people's efforts in this area. Sorry if that was a little long-winded.
Representative Creighton has a question, and then Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Representative. I know that you put a lot of hard work into this, and the goals, I think, are admirable. The question I have is in implementation, and you were just talking about cost. And so the producer's going to pay more for this end-to-end viewpoint. It's going to cost the manufacturer more to ship that product out because he's paying for the end-to-end environmental impact. So how have you figured out what that cost might be to the consumer? Because at the end of the day, the consumer is going to be the one that's going to absorb that cost. And so how do you look at that especially in the environment we've been in where money's been tight across the board for the last several years.
Are we talking about consumers? How do we figure the cost in proportion to what their tipping fees and municipal taxes will be, which we're already paying for,
No,
or
I'm
the
talking
cost of the
about
product itself?
if I go to buy that hamburger, and McDonald's is responsible for end-to-end environment,
Yeah.
how much more am I paying? $5 for a Whopper, or am I paying $10 for a Whopper?
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, these costs be passed on to the consumer. I will say that there is no empirical evidence that shows that it happens, and the only study we actually have, and I'll be frank with you, is a Canadian study that says that the cost is negligible, and I really mean negligible, less than a penny on a dollar for well, even less than that. I mean, Chuck Colson, the guy from who was part of the author, was helped author the or promote the study. He was quite adamant that saying it's so small that it really is immeasurable. Yeah, I would have the same concern. I can understand your concern. Wow, they're going to have to pay these fees, but these fees will be pennies on their sale. That's a very small percentage as far as we can tell.
Follow up?
Okay, I hear you, but I'm confused. If you're adding an additional requirement onto these businesses, how can it be negligible? What was the rationale on the study that said that the cost increase to the consumer was negligible?
What was the impetus for the study?
No, what? Why did they think that was true? That seems counterintuitive to me.
Oh, that
If you put an additional requirement on businesses,
yes.
that creates a cost,
Mm-hmm.
that company would not pass that down to the consumer. And I don't understand how it's a negligible cost.
Well, I do understand. I mean, your first thought would be that, wow, if it's going to cost more to make the product because they have to pay for the producer fee, then it's going to cost more to the consumer. But as I was saying before, repeatedly, the only cost benefit we see to the consumer, the only one we're able to measure, is the one which has lowered their tipping fees and lowered their municipal tax costs. There's been no evidence that it has actually raised the prices of products. And as I said, the only place where they actually did try to study that was the Canadian provinces, comparing two different provinces. And they found, again, no evidence that actually occurs. I understand your concern, and I think this is something we need to watch out for, which is why we need a really good, independent, extended producer responsibility watchdog organization, which this bill provides for. And it doesn't not do it through the Department of Environmental Services, I should add. We're talking about one position there, not several.
Okay, thank you so much.
Representative Bixby, you had a question.
Yeah, so where are EPR programs already in place, and what sort of track record do they have?
They are in place in South America, Europe, Asia, Canada. Most of the world actually has gone this route. Europe has led the way in it. They've been doing it in parts of Europe since 1992. So we do have some bit of a track record run on as far as how they manage it. In the United States, we have, last I think it was 4 states have enacted legislation. I think it's Oregon, California, Colorado, and Maine. And Maine is worth mentioning because the rollout on a program like this, it's not you pass the bill today and everything becomes fine tomorrow. This will require impact studies. It will require quite a bit of legwork in order to get the program up and running. And I don't think we want to make the mistake they made in Maine, where they made exceptions for the paper industry, and it really threw their whole. It put everything else out of balance. The plastics and other industries felt like they were being unfairly singled out, and we want a fair bill. So I'm hoping that we can get that. Other states, yeah, I know that many other states are considering it, such as New York as well. I think there's 17 somebody else, I'm sure, will have the information. Last I knew it was like 17 states had EPR legislation in front of them.
Representative Coulon, isn't it? Oh, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I had a follow-up.
I'm sorry.
So,
We'll hit do a follow-up and then you're next.
So I guess the follow-up is, are all of those EPR programs related to, are those just packaging programs, or is that covering the gamut of things like from electronics to paint to whatever?
I think that on a state-to-state basis, they differ, but primarily, I think the 4 states I mentioned are concerned with packaging. I should also add, we have EPR, we already have extended producer responsibility here in New Hampshire. We were one of the first states in the nation to pass extended producer responsibility for mercury. And we have a model, which is a small model, but nevertheless is something we can build on in order to expand that. It's effective. It works.
Representative Coulon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, sir. I was wondering if you have any concerns about EPR policies benefiting larger corporations over small businesses. Like, for instance, Budweiser might invite, EPR to have an advantage over like a smaller local craft brewery, for instance.
There is a part of the bill that addresses that very situation because I feel very sensitive for our homegrown New Hampshire businesses. And we already feel like we are often already at a big disadvantage. There is a carve out so that they will be given additional time in order to incorporate the policies they need to do in order to comply with EPR legislation. And I think that's important to maintain. And I thank you for interest in that too. It's a big one.
May I ask where in the bill
Oh,
that carve-out is?
I'd have to look for it, but if you want to give me a minute, I would glad to do that, or I can get back to you later, whatever you prefer, your preference.
You can get back to me later.
Okay.
Representative Nab, you had a question?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up on Representative Creighton's question and make sure I understand from a packaging standpoint. Does it also just include mindfulness about how things are packaged? We all have the example of the giant box that comes with one little tiny thing in it, or a company choosing to use something that's recyclable versus not, or smaller packaging, or there's been this real push to over packaging things, it feels like. So is that part of extended producer responsibility, or is it a real shift in required materials?
I think to some degree it will be a shift, but it will not be a hard one. I think there are many people like myself who are already out there looking for environmental answers, such as Representative Murray mentioned earlier, looking for these solutions. And I'm delighted when I, as I said, go to McDonald's and they give me my burger and it's not in a styrofoam clamshell. I'm not a big fan of their, but it would make me want to go back there. It would make me want to support a business that's looking at sustainability for the planet rather than raising my disposal costs. And I think that there is also a provision for educating the consumer in the bill. A small amount of EPR funding can go to that end. And I think that's also going to be key in making this bill work. So I should, speaking of funding, by the way, can I add? I think it's very important. I think industry would agree with it, that any fees collected go directly to managing the program. I don't think anybody wants to be in a position of having this become a tax upon industry.
Bless you.
Maintaining a program is one thing. Using the money to benefit general funds, I think we need to be very careful about that, which is why we need an inspector general at the Department of Environmental Services.
Thank you.
I have a question and then you. So I'm interested to know for the study committee, how many businesses came and testified to your committee or provided comments?
I should be able to find that one a lot quicker. If you can just let me pull up my, I do everything with PDFs. My apologies, but I tend to be a paperless person. We had, and if you look at the final report, it's I think it's in the index. Which is on what page?
Well, we can move along and
Okay, well, yeah,
Representative
there were
Detsy, you
several,
can,
but
you
there-
can ask your question. I
Okay.
don't want to hold things up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Parshall, are you aware that in, I believe it was the Sunday Concord Monitor, there was a big article on recycling? And one of the things that was interesting about that was some of the cost of the tipping fees. For example, the tipping fee for Wheelabrator has gone from $30 a ton to $90 a ton. And one of the things that the article indicated was that municipalities were not able to really control these costs because it was a matter of function, of supply and demand. But I noticed in your bill that it appears that you have incentives included in this so that manufacturers can change their packaging, reduce the weight of their packaging, and therefore their costs associated with the program will go down. Is that correct, or am I reading something into it?
Yeah, no, that's correct. There's a $5 term for that called eco-modulation, where they're rewarded. They can reduce their fees by selecting more environmentally friendly packaging. And like I said before, I think that many companies would like to do that, but they look at the cost of it and they're concerned about that level playing field that we all want to participate on. And eco-modulation, what that actually does is level the playing field for them, and it makes it fair for all parties concerned. I'd like to think it does. That's the entire intent of the bill right there, in fact, in a nutshell.
Representative Murray, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Parshall, for taking my question. My question is around the fee structure, which I am assuming will be enumerated in rules. And then to follow up, if I may.
Yep.
I noticed on page 17, line 3, that it says that the new subparagraph applications of receipts is a dedicated fund. Am I also to assume that that's a non-lapsing fund if this were to be stood up? Is this intended to be stood up in perpetuity?
I believe that it does say non-lapsing, doesn't it?
I don't see that
Elsewhere in the
line.
bill, perhaps?
It just says dedicated fund on page 17, line 3.
Yes.
So, but it does not say non-lapsing.
Okay, yes, but I don't have a good answer for that right now. I'd have to go back and I look further on deeper into the bill, and that's all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Potenza.
So being new on the committee, I don't have a lot of history with, I'm hearing everything that you have and have read through some of this, but not enough to digest it all. I just wanted, this kind of goes back to, I've been following this for a long time, and especially in regards with plastic. So we're not looking at it from a producer standpoint for incentives, for example, like federal tax incentives for someone that's going to be producing something with corn and compostable, what those Dasani plant-based bottles, all of that kind of stuff. So for example, if you're a business and you're purchasing those, like Be Good, or there's a place in Dover that has that, they use all their straws and they're all compostable, that there's a tax incentive for them doing that, as well as we're producing that stuff, here in our country. So we have less of that waste, like right from the source.
Mm-hmm. It was asked by one committee member if we could provide a tax incentive in New Hampshire to do much of the same. Well, the problem is that we don't have those kind of taxes in New Hampshire.
I know.
And we'd have to incorporate those kind of taxes if you want to give an incentive. And I think that it's just, I do not want to bring up the specter of taxes. I know that's a very divisive issue. I love the federal tax incentives. I think they work well, but I don't think it's something that we can apply here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, because the big plastic producers and all of that, they're pennies, how you were talking about pennies on the dollar right now. Well, pennies on the dollar to them is millions and millions of dollars. So they're never going to shift to that kind of, unless there's an incentive. to do so. And
Yes.
not just protecting our environment is enough. So,
But the whole idea of, as I said before, that big $5 word of eco-modulation, that provides the incentive. They're paying into a fund that they can get a rebate from, depending upon how they choose to market, to package their product. And if they choose that, it's not only going to help them to reduce their costs, but it's going to help on the other end with all of these tipping fees that we're so concerned about that are skyrocketing right now, in our landfill siting and all of our, environmental concerns with where we put all of this rubbish. As I said at the very beginning, this is one of the very few bills that I know of right now before the House that actually deals with source reduction, making less garbage, not how to deal with the garbage we have, but actually making less. And I think it would benefit both consumers and producers to have a seat at the table in order to figure this one out.
thank you.
I hope that answers the question.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so you said that there was a mechanism for helping out local businesses, and I'm wondering if you're referring to on page 5, line 11, section Roman 5, a producer is exempt from the requirements and prohibitions of this subdivision in a calendar year in which the producer has realized less than $1 million in gross revenues during the prior calendar year, or the producer sold, offers for sale, or distributed for sale products contained, protected, delivered, presented, and distributed in or using less than 1 ton of packaging material. Is that what you were thinking of in terms of the protection?
Yes, that is exactly
Okay.
the clause I was looking at. Thank you for finding that. I hope that helps,
yeah.
Representative Colson.
So would, reading that, would it be appropriate to think that someone who was using the poultry, the 1,000-bird poultry exemption would not come under the EPR rules for their, the plastic wraps or vacuum wraps around their chickens, because they just wouldn't have, they would neither meet the income nor the packaging volume requirements?
I think that that being the point, it helps to preserve some of our smaller New Hampshire businesses and gives them, a little footing against larger corporations.
Thank you.
And so to follow up on that, what is the rationale for those particular thresholds?
Those thresholds were recommended by, I think it was the CLF, I believe, recommended them. I can't say to that. But they were recommended, and they seemed reasonable to me. And that's all I will say. I do think that as we go down and study this problem, this situation, I think that there will be much to reconsider. Maine enacted their extended producer responsibility 3-4 years ago, and they still are tweaking it out and doing lots of rulemaking. So I guess what I really would answer that, Representative Aaron, is that it's a starting point. I don't think would necessarily have to remain a fixed point, but it's a starting point from which we can use in order to draw rules out.
So am I correct in saying that this is sort of a boilerplate, pulled off the shelf legislation, model legislation from somewhere?
Oh,
Or this is not tailored at all to, I mean,
I-
with regard to you saying it would have to be tweaked, so this is not really reflecting New Hampshire.
there is a whole part of the bill also which I decided to incorporate. I read several bills, and I mean, did I plagiarize other bills by drafting this one? I borrowed heavily. I won't deny that, because they work effectively in other places. However, there are places that I expect people will have questions on, and I think that they're probably going to be good questions. I have a whole list of toxins deeper on in the bill that I think that I would expect industry to at least take a good hard look at. I would expect them to do that. I included them under recommendation. I'm willing to negotiate on the inclusion of them upon recommendation. But the bill does have those provisions in there so that we don't end up 3 years from now saying, oh yeah, we finally got a good bill, except it doesn't do anything for our small New Hampshire businesses. We left them out. I did not want to do that. So no, I don't think it's boilerplate. I think it's what I was able to borrow from different legislation in order to come up with a bill that I think would maybe not work off the shelf in New Hampshire, but would be a positive step in the direction of something that will effectively reduce our tipping costs. So this is, so yeah, no, so I guess I would say I don't really see it as a boilerplate. So I would say.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Potenza?
So following up in that same section on page 5, line, I think it's line 4, or section 4, it basically says that the producer shall annually submit to both the department and the packaging reduction organization a written declaration signed by the chief executive officer verifying the producer's compliance with, and then it gives, you know, the RSAs. So in a sense, there's not really going to be anybody overseeing or policing that. That's really going to be on, you know, they're going to be on their honor in doing it, correct?
Well, we will have in place, the bill provides for a producer responsibility organization, which will shepherd their numbers they give and, you know, how much verification they'll be able to do. I suppose if we need to go back and verify, we could also find access through online sales and the like too. I don't think it'd be a total, you know, trusting the producer.
Okay.
But I think there's a place where we begin there.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So there's like 4 different businesses that, you know, we've been frequently, you know, a couple are food service places. One's a kind of an organic type store that where you can eat at as well. And they've been doing this for years. Now, I have to say that if you went and probably got similar food at another place, you could save $3-4 on each meal just because I mean, the ones that I'm talking about, you're spending a lot more. But I mean, all of their stuff is, like I said, compostable, made with the corn product, all of that. It's wonderful. So these folks, depending on if they qualify, would be able to have this type of incentive, the ones that have been doing it for several years now in the state.
Most definitely, yes. They would not be penalized because they've been doing it for several years.
Do you think that it would trickle down to us and maybe we could have we could spend less money on the food?
Well, I hope as it trickles down to us and we have less, you know, municipal tipping costs and lowers our taxes. That's a big one for me right there.
Yeah, the food that costs more, yeah. Thank you.
Representative Bixby?
So in terms of the way that the program is overseen, tell me if I'm getting this right. So there's a PRO, which is a packaging reduction organization.
They are sometimes called that as well.
Yes, and that would be a private sector organization that the state would hire.
Yes, we would contract with them.
And then so DES would be in charge of doing the hiring for that, and then you would also have a inspector general within DES that would sort of oversee the PRO.
Yes.
Okay, so we have the PRO that is basically lining up all the companies that have things sold in packaging in New Hampshire, and the PRO would get paid by those packagers and overseen by those packagers, and then the money from that would go to a combination of municipalities and DES and the cost of running the PRO, and then how does the bit with the municipalities getting money work, and what do they get money for doing that? And what does that money go towards in the municipality?
Well, the main purpose of it is to reduce the actual bulk of what's being brought into the state, and the municipality will benefit from having that source reduction. Their tipping fees will be reduced because of that source reduction. Now, the municipalities will also be able to, I think, well, at least as far as education goes, which was something which one of the committee members wanted to see more education funding, they'll be able to ask for educational funding around these areas in order to further the goals of their recycling, whatever.
Follow up.
Follow up, go ahead.
So would that money to the municipalities also go towards helping recycle a larger range of packaging that might still be coming in? It may be smaller volume, but larger range, like more than just 1 and 2?
I can't say for certain that is what they would choose to do with any municipality, but I think that the industries would like to have more access to these materials, and they make it easier for them to recycle. So I think at least in theory, industry would be behind having accessibility to those materials. And so, yes, I guess the answer would be yes.
Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm listening to the testimony here today, and we're talking a lot about tipping fees and how that is great for municipalities and for taxpayers because we'd be reducing tipping fees through this program. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the question becomes, if we're reducing tipping fees, how would these places that are accepting the trash stay in business if they're not getting the same amount of money? And I'm just playing, devil's advocate here, but they're also a business, and how would this affect them?
I think there'll be somebody speaking after me that can say a lot more about the impact of our current waste flow has on our municipalities. I believe there's somebody who will be testifying later. But I will say that considering our current landfill situations and what's leaching into our environment in an uncontrolled nature, I don't lie awake at night worried about trying to keep our landfills full in New Hampshire. I think that problem pretty much takes care of itself.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of the things I keep thinking about is the difference between recapturing and recycling products.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that based on, I think to the question that Representative Bixby made, when we talked about expanding plastics other than 1 and 2s or commodity-based prices based on, those available recycled materials, I'm curious to know whether or not you've made a clear delineation between recapturing programs versus recycling programs because they are different.
Yes, I can understand that. And in this bill, I'll be very frank with you, it probably does not address that as fully as perhaps it could. Which again, if I could have put a bookmark in there for that, the way that we had bookmarks for education and for small businesses, it would give us something to work with. And I think that's an important point. And I think that it's worth discussing as part of this legislation or any other future legislation, yes.
Representative Germana had a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to follow up on Representative Comtois' question, which I think is an important question for us to focus on because the number one goal in our waste managed strategy is reduction, right? So wouldn't the same thing apply to any plan that leads to the reduction of how much we landfill? We are supposed to be moving progressively toward putting less in landfills, which will drop tipping fees. So while I understand where the representative is coming from, isn't the actual point of our solid waste management plan precisely to do that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Partial? Oh, Representative Bixby.
So you have a definition of toxic materials, and I'm having trouble locating exactly where you have it in the bill. But I was wondering if that toxic materials definition was something that you came up with on your own, or whether you received that from another organization.
There were at least 2 other bills that I looked at that had something of this nature in it, and I thought it was important at this time to include that. So, yes, from other bills, yes.
So I guess part of my concern is that some of the things that are used to characterize a toxic material are really fairly broad. And one of the, so part of the issue with something being toxic is how much. So if we have 1 part per billion of PFAS, that's a fair amount of PFAS. If we have 1 part per billion of table salt, that's not so much. But if you don't include the quantity that makes something toxic, if you put 100 pounds of table salt in your well is now toxic. So I'm worried about the definition of toxic not being sufficiently precise to make it clear what actually counts as toxic and what doesn't for the purposes of packaging.
Yes, and again, I will say that I see some of these areas as negotiable.
Okay.
And I think that's important to, I mean, I would have liked, I'll be frank, I would like this to have been a committee legislation. It was asked earlier on if that was to represent myself or the committee. We had an opportunity to study this in depth. And now granted, we did have a very short amount of time to do it in. And that's the nature sometimes of New Hampshire politics. But I do feel that collaboration is important on a bill like this, and we need to have as many different viewpoints as possible and as much critique as possible on it. I'm hoping going forward, any concerns like this can be part of an amendment that will further the bill rather than dismissing the bill is because it does not parse to certain levels.
So just to be clear, I am incredibly impressed with the amount you've managed to pull together, that most of which is really quite solid. And it would be really kind of unbelievable to do something this long and complex with no flaws whatsoever. So I'd like to congratulate you on this, on your initial start with this. I suspect we'll probably need to spend a certain amount of time working on amendments, and I hope that you'll help us with that process.
I would very much relish that opportunity, and I want to thank you for your kind words.
Any other questions? Thank you, Representative Parshall, for introducing your bill and
Thank you.
fielding all these questions.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
I'd like to call next to testify Director Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES, who's been sitting waiting patiently.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Can you introduce your companion too?
Beg your pardon?
Introduce your companion as well?
I'm going to
Okay.
do that. I'm
Okay,
going to
good
introduce
enough.
both myself
Thank
and
you.
my, absolutely, thank you.
All right, good
Madam
enough.
Chair. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And with me, I'm joined today by Michael Nork, who heads up our Materials Management and Planning section. We're happy to be here before you to talk about House Bill 1630. I want to start by saying that the concept of extended producer responsibility is something that's been talked about in many sectors, not just for packaging, but for other materials. And it's a concept that the department is receptive to. We believe that extended producer responsibility can be very effective. And as the sponsor, Representative Parshall, indicated, actually, New Hampshire was something of a pioneer in that with respect to mercury many years ago. And that program, with a lot of participation by many of the New England states, the northeastern states, and then eventually across the country, has become very popular and very successful to the point where a number of states are, kind of ramping their efforts down because they feel like the products they were trying to address have been addressed. So I want to open with that because I think it's important for this committee to understand that approach is something that the department is very receptive to and supportive of. Having said that, we do have some concerns about House Bill 1630. Obviously, there's been a rather a lengthy, discussion with the sponsor about questions about how this would work. The primary concern that the department has, though, I think is really a very practical one, and that is that it is an FN bill. We were asked to do a fiscal impact worksheet, and we did that. And when we looked at all the various requirements and tried to kind of school ourselves on how the bill would work, we concluded that it may take as many as 8 positions for us to implement this program, which is, I don't say that very often. It's a pretty big number. And of course, the bill does not make appropriation for any of those positions. So really based on that alone, the department is not in a position to support this bill because we believe that, there would need to be provision for that and appropriations made. And it's not clear to us that this particular, well, I guess I'll continue by saying that we believe EPR, as I said, is an approach that can work, but we believe it really needs to involve some kind of critical mass of states that are looking at similar, if not identical, legislation to set up frameworks and implementers that can do it on at least a regional, if not a national basis, so that it is both easy and understandable for the industry to implement and easy and understandable and cost effective for the states to implement. And so for those reasons, we think that this isn't quite ripe yet. It sounds like there's a lot of interest and a lot of, acknowledgement on the part of the sponsor that this bill may need some work. And DES is more than happy to participate in discussions about how the bill could be amended to make it more achievable. But at this point, my understanding is we have about 3 states in the union that have passed laws with respect to EPR. I think perhaps the one that is most closely aligned with this bill would be what Maine has done, although it's by no means the same. And they've been at it for a few years now, and they're still working on rules. So I don't want to I've not spoken directly with my counterparts in Maine about this yet, and I certainly will do that. But my understanding is that they're struggling a bit in getting this launched. And what we'd like to do is make sure that if we were to go into something like this as a state, we really understood how it would work, and we want to be successful. We'd want to meet the deadlines in the bill and make sure we set up a program that was effective and cost effective for the state.
I have a question. And so I know that you are a participating member of the Solid Waste Working Group. To what extent has the Solid Waste Working Group discussed EPR and EPR legislation? And do they have any thoughts on how this would be implemented in New Hampshire?
The group has certainly talked about EPR as a concept and in wide-ranging discussions as we were working on our solid waste management plan. It was recognized that EPR can play a meaningful role in reaching the goals of our plan, which include waste reduction and disposal reduction. So in a general sense, I think the group is certainly on board with that concept. I don't believe they've talked about this specific bill.
Thank you. Representative Creighton, and then you.
Thank you, Mr. Wormstead, for your input. It brings something that hadn't occurred to me. And so as you read the bill, if I'm manufacturing something in Massachusetts, for example, and selling it in New Hampshire, how does this bill affect my business?
Well, and I will be honest, I'm not sure I fully understand how this bill, I'm sure I don't fully understand. I don't really understand maybe even some of the fundamental ways that this bill would work. It's a little bit confusing to me, but my understanding would be anybody, no matter where they are, that markets products that are contained in packaging in the state would be potentially subject to assessment of a fee somehow appropriately prorated to the amount and the type of material that they are selling in New Hampshire, and that this producer responsibility organization would be responsible ultimately for assessing that fee and collecting that fee. And then as time went on and it matured a bit, a couple of years in, municipalities would be in a position to be reimbursed for some of their costs for recycling from a fund that would be set up for those fees to be collected, as well as the costs that that New Hampshire, the state, incurred to administer the program. One of the concerns we have is that we think that the collection of those fees would not happen for some time, and the state would be required to, but the state has a lot of work to do to get to that point, so that we would be having to hire the staff and do the work and incur the costs of the initial study that's required as well, so that there would be no money in the system other than state money until that happened. And then not really entirely clear to us how much money would be collected or how that would work.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. So aside from the PRO that would be stood up potentially, are you aware of, in these other 3 states, are there any other public-private partnerships that states are dealing with to help address maybe some of your concerns about the 8 additional staff members that you would have?
We'd certainly look into that. And again, we're not a student of what exactly is happening in these other states. My understanding, my belief is that Maine has engaged a PRO or the equivalent of a PRO under their law, but I don't know how far along they are beyond that.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for taking my question. Do you have any sense of how a regional approach would even work, or if there's precedent for that with environmental issues? Because we hear a lot about we're New Hampshire and we don't care what this other state is doing. So, I mean, is there...
Not
is
from
there
me,
a-
I hope.
No, not from you at all. Is there a real path for that to happen?
I think there is, yes. And the first one is the one that I mentioned in my testimony, and that is the mercury reduction, or IMERC, the International Mercury and Reduction Clearinghouse. I can't remember what the E stands for, but it is a program that is actually administered by the Northeast Waste Management Officials Association, of which New Hampshire is a member. That's an 8-member organization of the northeastern states and their waste management officials, and I've been involved in it ever since I became director. And the agency actually is a founding member of the organization. It was created back in 1986. Their real purpose is to help the states collaborate on waste management issues. And in fact, one of the early things that they did was to work on IMERC, which is this clearinghouse. And basically, states got together and said, we've got a real problem with mercury contamination, and we need to do something about it. We need to get it out of products. And we want to do it in a way that is that's manageable, that we can all effectively do, that makes it easy for industry to comply with it, because that's when compliance happens, is when you make it easy to comply. So they created this IMERC, which is basically a clearinghouse that's run by NUMOA, and it collects all the information. There's a lot of reporting requirements associated with manufacturers of products that have mercury added to it. And it started with some of the obvious things like, blood pressure cuffs and thermometers, but it really branched out to a lot of other products where we knew we had mercury, fluorescent bulbs, et cetera. And the idea was that there would be a requirement for those manufacturers to report on the content of mercury. And as these things were either phased out or banned, that mercury was banned in certain products, there'd be a requirement for those organizations, for those manufacturers, to report that they were compliant, or if they weren't, to report when they would become compliant. And the states that worked together, New Hampshire was a leader in that, and actually it was sort of stood up, and a lot of staff, there was at least one staff member in DES who was active on the IMERC group with NUMOA for many, many years, and continues to this day. And that worked really effectively, because what it meant was there was this database and folks managing a regional system, or what really became a national system, at very little cost to the individual states. But together, their resources really help solve this problem. And so I think that's the example that I'm thinking of. I mean, that's a little different because we're not necessarily just talking about reporting here. We've got the fee structure and all that. So there's a little more going on. More recently, there's a similar organization called the Interstate Chemicals Clearinghouse, or IC2, that is also administered through NMOA. It has pretty national reach. Not every state is a member. And in fact, New Hampshire's not a member yet because we don't have a program that it administers. So there's no point in, but we're certainly, I hear about it every time I meet with NMOA, the NMOA board. And it's something we're looking at with regard to other possible initiatives. But they administer something called the HPCDS, or the High Priority Chemicals Database. And that system, there's a number of states that do have laws about the presence of toxics, particularly in children's products and that sort of thing. So they collect a lot of general information about a list of high priority chemicals of concern. And then they actually do have modules for states that have laws on the books about toxic materials in children's products or in other products. They will basically, it still costs money, and they'll pay to develop a state module that will sort of be a collection point for all the manufacturers who are subject to it to go to one-stop shopping. They go to IC2, they make their reporting, they provide their information, and so as a result, again, it's easy for the manufacturers because they go to one place to provide the information. And then the individual states spend far less money than they would if they had to stand that program and framework all up on their own. So that's a long answer to say yes to your question.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I have to marvel at your ability to hold acronyms in your head. You must dream in acronyms, which I don't envy. So I'm going to ask you a slightly different iteration of a question I asked Representative Partial based upon the most recent solid waste management report. So given the projected shortfall compared to our reduction goals over the next 20 years or so, number one, and number two, given the fact that our recycling rates remain largely unchanged from the 2018 to 2020 period. So given those two kind of data points, how feasible is it for us to make a serious movement toward achieving those waste reduction goals without seriously tackling the issue of packaging?
I think packaging absolutely has to be part of the equation. It represents a substantial portion of the waste stream. So we absolutely need to make progress on reducing packaging in order to meet any of our waste reduction goals.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you think that this is in a somewhat more abstract level, is the model of having PRO oversee the interface between the manufacturers and the state in terms of the packaging waste reduction? Is that an appropriate model, and is it just a question of how we get there?
I think, I'm not sure about all the very specifics of this model, but the general model of having an external organization handle the information, collect the information, calculate fees on a regional or national basis, assess and collect those, and then interact with the states. Yes, I absolutely think that can work. I do think that there's this, and it's frustrating, I know, but at some level it's going to be necessary to have a certain critical mass of states that are looking to implement a similar or identical program in order to make it cost effective and actually make it work without it being a really big lift for individual states.
Representative Bixby, follow
Yeah.
up.
So let's say, I know this is not your preference, but let's say that we decide that we do want to go forward with this. You had you calculated that you'd need 8 new positions in order to run this. Would you need those all at the outset, or is that something, or would those positions become necessary as the program got further developed? Because we know it's not going to happen instantly, no matter what we do.
I think some of them may be phased in, but the implementation schedule for the bill is really only 2 years long. If it passes in a few years, it basically becomes effective, I think, in 24. And then by 28, so 4 years later, everything's supposed to be set up and municipalities should be getting reimbursements. So in that 4-year period, we have in the very first year, if it becomes effective September 24, 1 year later in September 25, we're to have administrative rules adopted, which means we would need to begin working on those rules, even if we could figure out what they should say right away in order to get them adopted within a year. So you're going to need staff to do that. We're also, in order to inform that rulemaking, we'd really probably need to do the study that's required to be done every 5 years. So we'd have to have somebody to put together an RFP for that study, do a selection, and then work with the selected contractor to get the study completed. There's a lot of work here to be done. And there's a number of components to this that are really new to us. I'm not saying it hasn't ever happened before, but I don't think I've ever testified on a bill that required us to stand up an Office of Inspector General in the department. So, and then have a regular annual audit beyond our normal auditing procedures. So there's a lot of components to this, and that's what drove up that number of positions that we're just not accustomed to seeing that in a bill of this nature.
Thank you.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wimsett, for taking my question. So, do we know if Maine or Oregon or any of these other states are actually collecting data or providing evidence to show proof of concept before we go and spend over $1 million by next year, potentially?
I really don't know much about I don't know, Mike, if you have any more information about where those states are. I know very little about where they are in their process.
Based on my understanding, all states in the U.S. that have a law on the books haven't actually implemented them as of yet. They're kind of in the preliminary stages. Like Maine is still developing rules. Colorado, I think, has just selected a PRO but hasn't actually implemented the program. California, I think, is still working on implementation as well. So it's going to be rolling out in the next coming years, but it's not there yet. And so we don't necessarily, at least from where I sit and what I've been kind of tracking, haven't seen any actual implementation as of yet.
Follow up?
Sure.
So we have yet to see proof of concept that EPR actually works in the United States?
I think there may well be other examples of EPR working, but in this packaging realm, I'm not sure we have evidence of that in the United States yet.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you so much for your time and coming to testify and lend us your insights on this important bill.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to now call up Tom Irwin from the Conservation Law Foundation, who's requested 3 minutes to speak.
Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Please put on your microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Irwin. I direct the New Hampshire Office of Conservation Law Foundation. CLF strongly supports this legislation. And I'll be brief in my comments and to avoid repeating much of what's been said, and I do have written comments that I'll leave with the committee. But a point I'd like to emphasize is that in the late 1990s, the legislature adopted the statutory policy that's been referenced, which favors source reduction as the #1 way of managing solid waste. It ranks recycling as #2, composting as #3, landfilling as the least favorable. Roughly 25 years later, we have made little to no progress on source reduction and are not recycling nearly enough and continue to rely on landfilling and disposal as the primary means. And as you all know, are seeing a lot of that landfill capacity being filled by out-of-state waste. So to be successful on this issue, the state needs tools, and EPR is absolutely a critical tool for reducing waste at the source and avoiding the need for unnecessary landfill capacity, unnecessary other disposal capacity that harms communities and the health of the people who live in New Hampshire. So we strongly support this bill because it takes on source reduction in a very important way. There's been discussion of this, but there is a cost associated with packaging waste. Someone bears that cost, and right now it's primarily municipalities that bear that cost. This model shifts the costs to those who are producing the packaging, and it does so with a model that will incentivize those producers to reduce waste and to reduce the toxicity of that waste. So I think that's really a critical element of this model. I would agree with Director Wimsatt that in a perfect world, we should be able to wait for this to be addressed on the national level or even the regional level. However, we don't live in a perfect world. I think it's fair to say this will not be tackled on the national scale, and I don't think we can afford to wait for this to happen on the regional scale. The state of Maine has stepped out, is leading. While we wait for the rest of the region to address this issue, the rest of the region is sending their waste to New Hampshire. So New Hampshire needs to step up and lead on this issue if we are going to work our way out of the cycle we're in right now, which is unfortunately to have become the dumping ground for much of the region, with 50% of our landfill capacity now going to out-of-state waste. So this is a real solution. We strongly support it, and we hope the committee will as well.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Irwin, for taking my question. It was mentioned, and I know you've probably pored over the legislation too, some incentivizing of industries to move away from copious amounts of packaging and things like that. I have seen a few models within the state that are starting to emerge around zero waste or bulk stores that you can go and refill things independently, and I am encouraged to see that. Additionally, I did have the conversation, I think, with the prime sponsor asking about recapturing, which we know exists with things like plastic grocery store bags, which it's not enough. That's just one form of packaging. But what other programs do you think we can stand up within that vein to also address the recapture side of recycling?
Meaning with this model, with these funds, what other types of recycling programs could be stood up? Well, I think to Representative Bixby's point, I think the model would generate revenues that would allow for recycling infrastructure and programs that could address perhaps recyclables that really aren't being accommodated as well right now. But I will tell you, I'm pinch hitting today. Our lead advocate on this issue is out of the country. So I don't have concrete ideas as to other types of recycling programs we might see. But clearly it would create the path for more recycling, and just as importantly, if not more importantly, create the path for source reduction.
Representative Bixby.
So I asked a similar question to Director Wimsatt. I'm one just in terms of ways of getting to EPR for packaging. Do you see the model of a private sector packaging reduction organization as a is that the ideal model for trying to do this sort of EPR?
Representative Bixby, I don't know. I would defer to Representative Partial and the committee that has spent a lot of time on this personally, because I have not. And as I mentioned, our lead advocate on this, who has spent quite a bit of time on this. I'm sure she would have an opinion, but I don't know what the other models are. But I commend Representative Partial for the thoughtful approach that he's taken in developing this legislation, and it certainly seems like a model that should work.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you. Representative Creighton mentioned earlier, or posed a question to Representative Parshall about increased costs that may come to the consumer as a result of implementation of this kind of program. Because we all know that businesses, whatever costs are borne by them, ultimately show up in the price of their product. If the price of products rise, and there was a statement by Representative Parshall saying that those inflation may be very negligible, but still prices would go up if there were costs that would be borne by the consumer. And I'm concerned about how that might affect lower income people specifically. I'd like to get what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you, Representative, Madam Chair. I think as Representative Parshall mentioned, we too are aware of a Canadian study which indicated negligible impact. I think there is the cost savings aspect of this, in that on the backside, in terms of disposal, consumers will not be paying. In terms of at the point of purchase, at that transaction level, as mentioned in Canada, where EPR has been implemented, the finding was the impacts were negligible. And I'll just circle back to what I mentioned earlier, which is the incentive-based model. The bill calls for DES to engage in rulemaking to establish the fee structure. A fee structure that incentivizes less packaging and less toxic packaging can also result in a cost savings for the producers, meaning the packaging they ultimately produce may cost less than what they are producing before the program.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to follow up on that, because there was this question about if it was a negligible cost that gets handed off to the consumer. I don't know how in the weeds you are in that Canadian study. The letter that we received from Nora, your colleague Nora Bosworth, says that there is no correlation between cost and EPR policies in those provinces. So again, I don't know if you could speak to that more in terms of what the study actually says, how familiar you are with the study, but the committee did receive that letter from Nora Bosworth, and the language that's used in that letter is that the study concluded that there was no correlation between EPR policies and increased costs for consumers.
I have no further information, Representative Germana, to share with the committee about that study, but we would certainly be happy to follow up when my colleague is available, and she's the one who has spent time drilling down into these issues.
Representative Howard, you had a question.
It seems like it must be key to have reduced packaging key for the success of this program, to have the package be reduced. Would there be an accompanying trigger of technology to go with that? To sort of to react to the differences in packaging. And
thank you, Representative. I think it's fair to say that this very well could trigger new technologies. We're seeing technology, we're seeing new businesses now. I believe there's one in Maine that is developing fiber-based packaging as a replacement for plastic packaging. So yes, I would think this very well could serve as a trigger.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be fair to say that the word cost is also could be categorized as being an environmental cost as well as a fiscal cost?
Yes, thank you for that question, Representative Murray. I think when we talk about costs, we really should be viewing costs more expansively. There are health-related costs, healthcare-relaed costs. There are impacts on property values, all associated with the disposal industry. The fact that we have trucks bringing waste from out of state and traveling across the state to certain communities to dispose of waste. There are costs that come with that. And so I think if you look at if you consider costs more expansively, then it's all the more reason why we should be focused on and be providing the tools for source reduction so that we can break that cycle and move away from where we are now, which is primarily disposing of our waste.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
I'd like to now call Representative Jake Brulard to testify.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. I want to first start off by saying I agree with the overall premise of the bill to reduce source waste and to lessen the burden, the financial burden that municipalities face. I don't think there's anyone that wouldn't agree with that. So I was part of this study committee that was charged with the responsibility of looking at extended producer responsibility, myself as well as Representative Davis. And we were both on the minority side of having legislation put through regarding extended producer responsibility. And I just wanted to briefly go over my minority report, if you allow, which I believe the committee members do have copies of.
Right. Well, we want to make sure that that you are addressing the bill itself and what your objections are to specific parts of this bill. We have the study committee report, and I do hope that members of the committee have read it or plan to read it, because there are some very salient points that are made. So if you could keep your comments to this particular piece of legislation and perhaps parts of it that you feel maybe are not workable, or any other objections to the bill, but please speak to the bill and not necessarily rehash what you went over during your study committee.
So as it was admitted here in testimony, we have little evidence, one study, out-of-country study, Canadian study, that suggested there would be no added cost to the consumer. We don't even know if it works in other states. To suggest that a four-day committee study period would be sufficient to have this bill go through, I believe is ludicrous. And to suggest that no negative economic impact to the state would happen, but we need to rush legislation through because the clock's ticking. We don't have enough time. We could potentially be passing a bad bill through to achieve said goals when there are other methods that can go about the same way. it was brought up that an education awareness program be implemented to let the consumer know that, hey, there are other choices that would put a less of a economic environmental impact was regarding packaging that you can purchase. Instead of buying a plastic milk carton, you can buy a cardboard one. Instead of buying a plastic egg carton, you can buy the cardboard one, or raise chickens yourself. Instead of buying bulk water bottles in bulk, you could use a reusable water jug. Using recyclable plastic bags when you do your shopping. There are other methods to go about as far as in order to achieve the same goals. Another method was to utilize the recycling bill that was passed, SB. Let's see. It was passed into law.
Is that SB 367?
Yes, SB 367,
Mhm.
which utilizes the new plastic recycling technology. Having businesses take advantage of that to, again, reduce the toxic impact in the environment and to, again, overall lessen the amount that's going in there as well. No actual, because this does relate to the bill and I have to bring it up, no actual state statutes were analyzed in our study committee to justify this bill. We didn't look at Maine statute number ... here's the statute. We didn't look at California law ... here's the statute. We didn't even delve into those programs to see how it could relate to this state and it'll be beneficial for us. Most of the stakeholder analysis that we got was on the last day of the committee hearings, were from concerned citizens regarding the environmental impacts of landfills versus one of the main objectives was the municipality costs. Again, there are other methods to go about achieving the same goals, whether you look at out-of-state trash, you look at other technologies, waste to energy, other disposal technologies, education. I believe we can achieve the same goals that's desired.
May I ask, I don't mean to interrupt, but were there any people from companies that create packaging or companies that use packaging, or did anybody who might have come to your study committee to talk about how they deal with their packaging?
The main one, I believe the only one, was the American Beverage Association, that they were sympathetic to the overall premise of the bill, but they were they weren't exactly agreed. They weren't exactly in agreement about the methodology to go about the achieving those goals. I think in our study committee, Representative or Senator, I should say, Atschiller agreed with the overall premise that the cost would be passed on to the consumer, that the manufacturer producer would not eat the fee wholeheartedly out of just the good nature of their heart. We talked about leveling the playing field. I believe the playing field will certainly be leveled when the mom and pop, the more independent businesses will be taking on these fees and not being able to do so because they don't produce in mass quantity like some of these other bigger corporations. And so I believe that will certainly level the playing field and make things maybe harder for them to produce.
Questions from Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I guess with regard to the bill, we had talked about the ability to level the playing field by creating some offsets for smaller companies and carve-outs. I think that were enumerated in the earlier, Representative Bickett, earlier in the bill.
Page 5.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Page
I know
5,
starting
section
at A.
V.
Yeah, V,
Yeah.
lines 13 through 17
Mhm.
in the bill. And I just was curious to know whether or not you felt that those were sufficient, Representative, or if you had other ideas on how those offsets might impact, help smaller businesses.
The study committee, we did not have nearly sufficient amount of time to review the bill in the study committee. A lot of it seemed like the typical model legislation that it may have been drafted outside of the state and not related to something that a state legislator, multiple state legislators would come up with. What section exactly were you looking? Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, sure. It's page 5, lines
Starting at line
11 to 17.
And that's really the area of question that I was having, just sort of question about help to smaller businesses within the state.
Yeah, next.
It may or may not help, depending on what type of producer you are, depending on what type of business you have. I think a lot of companies, they're already going to a more environmentally friendly packaging. They're using less materials in their packaging because it's cheaper. They're already using a lot of recycled plastics. And so the eco modulation, I don't believe that would be beneficial when a lot of companies are already going that route.
Okay, Representative Germana, you had a question, and then I'll get down to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So with the discussion about, which I am entirely in favor of, trying to do a better job of kind of educating consumers, educating the public at large to make better choices. I hear that, and often those educational programs lack the resources they need, I think, to be as effective as they could be. But when, again, looking at our biennial solid waste report that we just was published at the end of last year, we've seen that even with all of the education around recycling, maybe it's not as good as it could be, but there's a lot of education around recycling, we have seen no appreciable increase in our recycling rate in this state. It's between 20 and 25%, and it has been for more than 5 years. That doesn't seem to me to suggest that when we're looking at the shortfall in terms of our waste reduction plan, that doesn't suggest to me that a public education policy is going to make any meaningful difference in people's consumption habits. So what I'm wondering is, and this is a genuine question, it's not meant as a gotcha question or anything like that. Like, based on that, what evidence do you have that suggests even the most robust education campaign is going to have a significant effect on consumer behavior?
Again, I don't believe it's the sole tactic. I mean, I haven't seen enough awareness in my town, Nottingham. I believe there are other tactics involved to achieve the same goals. Again, looking at the recycling law that was from House Senate Bill 367, I believe it was, to reap the benefits of that recycling technology, have businesses come in and reap those benefits. Again, we can look at out-of-state waste and see if there's any ways, or by means of diverting some of that waste, having it go to waste to energy, trying to limit that. I don't think we've really looked at that aspect enough. Where I think a lot of state legislators would say that they would agree that we have a significant amount of waste coming into the state. We would have to find some way around the commerce clause, because you do have to allow for free flow of commerce between states. So, but again, the overall idea that we need to rush something through where we don't know if it's going to be beneficial for our state is, I just can't see me supporting something like this.
Representative Nab, and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for testifying today. You've mentioned the amount of time your committee had a few times, but I wonder, do you think if you had had more time, you would have gotten to a better bill, or do you not believe in EPR in general?
I think both is true. I think you would need a significant amount of time to study this when, as Director Wimsatt had mentioned, that laws was passed a few years ago in Maine, and they're still trying to come up with rules. And so, is this a year-long study, committee issue, or is it multi-year? I can't give you that answer. I just know having a 4-day committee meeting to study this and look at this was not nearly enough time.
Representative Murray, you had a question?
Thank you. Did you have any data given to you or presented to you that might indicate that we have a larger infrastructure, maybe that we're not tapping into around? I keep going back to the concept of recapturing things like disposable razors, for example. I know that people who shave, there are prepaid envelopes that can get mailed back to the producer so that those are not getting disposed of. I know that there are businesses around the state that receive AA and AAA batteries so that they're not going into landfills and getting tossed. So I'm curious to know if there was any more information presented to you about those recovery and recapture side of things as well.
I didn't see any. I mean, I don't recall seeing any data to that effect. Again, I know there are other avenues. Most towns or nearby towns have their household hazardous waste days where they can save up their batteries, they can save up their bulbs, and other potentially toxic material that they could, deliver on said days.
Representative Bixby?
So, just so you can find the reference I'm going to be making as I get towards the core of my question, on page 14, section starting at line 7. So, I was intimately involved with the passage of SB 367 a couple years ago, and one of the questions I asked the industry was, what's your incentive for making plastic out of recycled plastic that you need to go through pyrolysis, which is a very expensive process, as opposed to making it out of virgin plastic? And what they said was that in some jurisdictions, they are required to include a certain amount of post-consumer recycled plastic, and for plastic that is in contact with food, mechanical recycling is not sufficient, that it needs to be chemically recycled. And so do you think that the section in this bill that provides for minimum amounts of recycled plastic in containers would provide a good incentive for advanced recycling?
See, I don't even know if that's sensible because you have certain plastic containers that need to be rigid, that need to protect whatever product that is in said packaging. You need to have certain plastic packaging to prevent cross-contamination. So using less and less is not always efficient because you need it depends on what product is being placed in that packaging.
I think I might not have been entirely clear.
Okay.
The plastic that comes out of advanced recycling is essentially just like virgin plastic. It's made from the same chemical components as are extracted from petroleum or distilled petroleum. And so what it doesn't have is the contaminants that might be in other recycled plastic. So that's what makes it food safe. And in terms of the rigidity, well, it's basically like virgin plastic, except it's coming from the more expensive advanced recycling process. So their incentive was that jurisdictions were requiring a certain percentage of recycled plastic in the food safe packaging. And the only way they could meet that was by using advanced recycling. And I'm wondering if you think that what is in this bill would be an appropriate incentive for people who are trying to sell plastic containers in New Hampshire with food in them to to make those packages using advanced recycled plastic.
I think it depends on the. I'm not an advanced recycler, so I can't tell you more about the type of product. I just know that there are benefits in using said product packaging.
Okay,
but I can't really delve into the specifics of it.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brulin, for taking my questions. I hear what you're saying about this bill, and I do have my own concerns. But what I am seeing nationally and globally is already a reduction in packaging. For instance, I don't know if you know this, but McDonald's by 2025 will be 100% recyclable. That is their goal. Unilever, by 2025, they will have reduced the amount of their virgin plastic by more than 100,000 tons. I think right now the industry is already speaking and doing it on their own. And if that is the case, what is necessary in this bill, in your opinion, and what is not?
Well, and just to reiterate that, I think I was looking at the solid waste report, and I think we had less waste per tonnage in 2022 versus prior years, with an increased population. And so, as you said, we're already having instances where organizations are looking to cut back the amount of packaging, the amount of waste that's being inhibited, being provided into the landfill, into the environment. I mean, I don't know how much more I could say on this bill, but that again, I think the overall premise of the bill is I agree with the overall premise. The methodology, again, I do not agree with when A, more study time is needed. B, we need to see what our neighboring states, the final result of what our neighboring states have implemented, and then how their program has helped municipalities.
We have a question from Representative Creighton and then Representative Coulon.
And thank you for your testimony and your patience. I think I've heard two separate things. I wonder if you could clarify. The bill that we're considering right now, that is not a result of the study committee. It's a separate bill.
I believe this bill was drafted and given to us late in the study committee, though.
But it's not the study committee bill.
No, correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brouillard, for taking my question. So, I mean, with respect to my colleagues, and believe it or not, I am actually concerned about single-use plastics and things like this, but I'm also really sensitive about the subject of taxation And when I read this bill, I can't help but think this is a really complicated tax on consumers in a time of pretty high inflationary rates. I mean, can you convince me otherwise of that, or what's your position on that?
I think you have to look at the cumulative aspect of it, where we have high gas prices, we have a higher cost of living, inflation, and now with this potential added tax, I think it takes a toll. If you look at it in its entirety, it's definitely just another added cost that the consumer will eventually have to deal with.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony, Representative Brulard. We appreciate your time. And moving right along, our next pink card is from Christina Dubin. Sorry, I didn't mean to mispronounce your name. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm going to completely go off script here, so hopefully I doesn't go too badly. But I just want to show you, because of all the questions coming up, what is actually going to be incentivized? What are producers going to be incentivized to do with their packaging when such a law is passed? Things like this, right? We have fiber-based exterior packaging. This is how it came. It was not in 7 bubble wrap envelopes like we see these days from a certain large company. And then, here again, more fiber-based kind of cushioning. This is a fully recyclable aluminum bottle that can be refilled. So it can be shipped back and refilled, or it can be recycled in your curbside recycling bin. Recycled aluminum is great. Something else that you may see, getting the water out of products. When you remove the liquid, suddenly I don't need a giant red, orange plastic container sitting on top of my laundry washer, right? I can, have something like this. Much easier, much lighter to ship. And then I'll give you one more example. This is a glass bottle with a metal top. You pour this into a larger glass bottle, you fill it with water at home, and now you get to your cleaning. So these are just some examples of what we'll see more of, and some things not packaged at all. For instance, like soap that you don't need the packaging. Deposit container deposit systems, DRS, otherwise known as bottle bills, kind of a dirty word nowadays. That's one of the oldest forms and proven forms of extended producer responsibility. Bit of a different system, but it is a form of extended producer responsibility. So we do have proven models in the United States. In addition to the 4 laws that have passed that you've heard about, one really important part of an EPR for packaging law or bill is the needs assessment. You can look at Maryland, who just passed. They were looking at an EPR for packaging bill. They decided to pass the needs assessment portion so that they could really look at how many staff do they actually need to add? What does their waste stream really, look like? What are the needs, right? So it's a really, really important part of this legislation. In terms of recycling, so there's these eco-modulated fees. Producers are incentivized to make better material choices. This is going to clean up our streams, right? That yields better bale prices when you don't have all this contamination. Plastic, all these multi-layered packaging, those are not recyclable. Mailback programs like TerraCycle, there's, you can go ahead and Google it. They're being found to be false solutions. These items are not actually getting recycled. Less than 6% of all plastics are recycled. Less than 6%. Recycling is awesome for aluminum and for glass and for paper and cardboard. It is not a good solution for plastics, which 30% of the waste stream is packaging. 40% of packaging is single-use plastic. So that is a major thing here. Also, recycled plastic has been found to be more toxic than virgin plastic. When you recycle plastic mechanically, you have to add virgin plastic. You have the chemicals that came already in there, right, to give it its rigidity and its color and other properties. Now you're going to add more chemicals to do what you want with the new application. Plastic can only be recycled a few times mechanically because it loses its integrity. So again, there are vast limitations. Check out the Consumer Reports issue from last week about food packaging. Phthalates, bisphenols in all sorts of foods, packaged foods and fast foods that I'm sure in all of our homes. So I'll leave that there. It's a major public health issue. We're talking about costs, health costs. In terms of, we are seeing corporations standing up and making these pledges. We want to hold producers accountable in statute because we see these voluntary pledges again and again, they are not met. So they come out with them and then 10 years, however many years down the road, oh, well, we tried and, we got this far. So I will say, be careful about that. But yes, the, reduction is the key word here. And that's what this policy seeks to do. I will also note that HB 1630 serves all 8 goals of the 2022 New Hampshire Solid Waste Management Plan by obviously reducing the quantity of the solid waste, getting the toxicity out of the waste stream, ensuring adequate capacity for the management of New Hampshire generated waste, right? 50% nearly of our waste is coming from out of state. This addresses that, frankly. So I did not fully identify myself. I realized I just sat down and had at it. So I am, I have many different roles today. I'm here as the volunteer campaigns coordinator for the Surfrider Foundation New Hampshire chapter. And we do strongly support this bill for all the reasons that I mentioned. I think I'm going to stop there. I will say one more thing. There is a bill in play right now in New York. Senator Pete Harcum and Assembly Member Deborah Glick. It's moved along pretty far. So I would take a look at that as in addition to the needs assessment process in Maryland. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony, and I thank you for the visual aids too, because I know personally when I am getting items in the mail, I have seen definitely, not seeing as much bubble wrap anymore. I'm seeing a lot more paper wrap. I'm seeing a lot more paper instead of plastics. So, and to Representative Comtois' point before, we see a lot more of these companies moving to these items, which begs the question, why then would we have to do something statutorily to deal with that? I mean, I remember, I'm old enough to remember that, when things used to come in paper all the time, and then everybody wanted to save the trees. So what we ended up with was now plastics and plastic packaging, and that became sort of the standard. Now I see this shift going back to simpler resources. So again, as we're seeing, especially some of these bigger companies moving to paper-based goods, packaging, and so forth, I do wonder if there is really any need to rush an EPR procedure through.
I don't know if I'd use the word rush. I think that there's avenues that you can take to make sure that you end up with a piece of legislation that you are happy with. Again, I will say that the needs assessment is extremely important, and that is an option. You can always move forward and needs, you can tweak the legislation to make sure that you have that process first to, build that timeline in. It is necessary because, like I said, you are seeing this, but you are not, it's not the majority of how, these companies are really standouts. And, plastic is cheap because the costs are not internalized, right? Plastic is produced in Louisiana and Texas and in Appalachia now. It's produced in low income and communities of color. So production, we don't think about upstream, right? So it's really not a cheap material, and we're going to see those effects increasingly on our beaches, on our streets. You know, microplastics. I'm sure you're all reading about all the studies that keep cropping up about where they are in our bodies. In the water, you know, they attract all of the chemicals basically and become these little, like, I don't know what to call them, little ships of chemical bombs. So I would say we do have to have it in statute. We have to create a level playing field and have everybody participating in this and seeing reduction across the board. Again, you know, with New Hampshire being somewhat unique in that we have such a high percentage of out-of-state waste coming in, this really starts to address that. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
So one of the elements in the bill is, this is on page 14, line 3. In case of a producer that enters the market with 50% or more by weight of its packaging being reusable and contained within a reuse and refill system, that producer may apply to the department for a waiver from the packaging reduction requirements. So that sounds like there is some kind of credit being given for people who are doing it right, although that doesn't actually cover the entire range of people who are doing it right. Do you think that there should be a little bit more extensive reward for people who are doing things correctly, because we don't want want companies taking on the expense of doing it right and then getting undercut in the marketplace because they're taking on the externalities and not making them external anymore.
That's where the eco-modulated fees comes into place, right? So depending on the fees are set by material choice, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's, I think DES is part of that during rulemaking. I'd have to revisit the particulars about that. So that's where a company could still choose another material and they're going to pay more for it, for the less desirable materials. So for the more, you know, toxic plastic, they're going to pay more money, right? Whereas the person who's doing the right thing is going to pay less, right? So that's how it's going to financially incentivize them to do that. And someone had asked about technologies. You know, I do want to caution against compostables or bioplastics. They can still contain fossil fuel-based plastic. They can still contain PFAS and other chemicals that traditional plastics do. They can, and in that way, mimic plastic in the marine environment or in the environment in general. So, but there are fiber, you know, certain fibers, certain materials, and mycelium, so like mushroom-based materials that are being developed. So there are some really innovative, cool things happening, and this will just encourage more of that.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. These products are in the minority of companies that are making them. Would you agree with me that the reason why they're making them is because customers want them? And so it follows in that logic that we want to give our state the right laws to incentivize more of this, because people can't do it on their own. So I applaud you for the information that you've shared with us, and I hope that we can do better for New Hampshire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
I would like to now call Ann Podlipney. I'm sorry, I don't know if I've pronounced it properly. And could you please spell your last name for the clerk?
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Podlipny. It's spelled Podlip as in Peter, Ny.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Podlipny, and I'm in favor of the bill. I've been awaiting this occasion armed with scientific studies confirming the toxic effects of plastic packaging that leach into air, soil, and water, as well as the impact it has on our public health. My colleagues and many others warn of the dangers of plastic products, including packaging, consisting of almost 14,000 chemical additives, most of which have not yet been studied and hardly regulated. Industry has announced it will triple plastic production by 2050. At 3:30 a.m., my alarm went off unexpectedly. I thought instantly that the universe was sending a message. Wake up. The time is now to mitigate an ever-growing waste stream, 1/3 of which is packaging, that ends up buried, burned, or borne out to sea, often including PFAS, otherwise known as forever chemicals. The alarm bell is still ringing. We have examples of EPR for packaging bills successfully passed in 10 states and data to show that they are economically and environmentally viable. Our federal government recently introduced the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act that currently has 12 Senate and 45 House co-sponsors. It states, in part, that humans ingest over 800 microplastics per day. Microplastics have been found in human blood, lungs, and breast milk. 450 million tons of plastic is produced each year, a number that's projected to triple by 2050. In the US, the rate of plastic waste recycling decreased in 2021 to between 4 and 6%. It is estimated that there are 171, followed by 12 zeros, I can't pronounce the number, pieces of plastic in the ocean, and that 1,300 marine species have consumed plastics. And finally, studies have projected that the plastics industry will emit more greenhouse gas emissions than coal plants in the US by 2030. Its major solution in this bill is very similar to what HB 1609 is proposing. Number one, it's requiring big corporations to take responsibility for their pollution by creating an extended producer responsibility policy. It's a policy highlighting the producer's responsibility for the post-consumer management of its products and packaging. This includes, number one, shifting financial and management responsibility with government and key stakeholder oversight away from the public and upstream to the producer. And number two, providing incentives to producers to incorporate environmental considerations into the design of their products and packaging. In addition, it's requiring big corporations to take responsibility for pollution and establishes aggressive source reduction targets for single-use plastic products and beverage containers. Here in New Hampshire, we can respond proactively and with foresight and political will to reduce and regulate plastic packaging waste. Alarm bells, including my own, have sounded. Remember the YouTube video of the helpless turtle in excruciating pain with a plastic straw lodged in its nose. Researchers who rescued it painstakingly extricated the straw to facilitate its breathing. Thankfully, the turtle survived. Our own survival depends on the choices we make to avert waste management crisis. An EPR for packaging at both state and federal levels has already proven a positive solution. As all turtles know, slow but steady wins the race. HB 1630 will bring us to the starting line. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon.
You're welcome.
And next call, Christine Weber. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Christine Baber from Dover, New Hampshire, and I am very pleased that our state is actively considering an extended producer responsibility bill that would provide incentives to manufacturers to develop products and packaging that will reduce the costs of managing solid waste for New Hampshire residents and municipalities and reduce the waste stream and toxics going into our landfills. This bill responds directly. I think you've heard people, which is really great, referring back to the 2022 New Hampshire Solid Waste Management Plan. But this bill responds directly to Goal 1 of that plan, the goal of reducing solid waste through source reduction. I think source reduction is the important piece to keep in mind here. And also Goal 2 of reducing toxicity of the solid waste stream. Our state's readiness to proceed with such a bill should also be bolstered by the grant-funded New Hampshire Waste Characterization Study that DES is overseeing. And I don't know if that contract has actually been awarded yet, but it was in process the last time that I checked. An EPR bill for New Hampshire would have multiple benefits. And I'm going to refer to some research in my testimony. I'll be leaving a written copy with links to that research, and some of what I'll be addressing are things that have already been raised as questions. So according to a recent report by the Recycling Partnership that looked at the impact of EPR programs in 7 jurisdictions worldwide, the rest of the world is ahead of us in this regard, and in 6 U.S. states implementing EPR programs, found that it could increase overall recycling rates by as much as 48%. That was from this particular study, but I have also seen other studies that suggest it's been raised by as much as 75%. So education is a big piece of this, ecomodulation, another big piece of this. It also creates nearly universal recycling access. If you talk to people around the state, you will find everybody doesn't have good access to recycling right now. Even in Dover, where I come from, there are people who live in apartment buildings who say, you know, we don't have recycling in our building. What can we do about this? It also creates thousands of jobs. Hopefully 8 of them would not be at DES. I haven't figured out quite why that would be required, but anyway. It would also boost the amount of recycled content by millions of tons, and reduce hundreds of thousands of metric tons of climate-damaging emissions in EPR states. There's been a good bit of discussion today about costs for taxpayers and municipalities. EPR will reduce costs for taxpayers and municipalities. The Product Stewardship Institute claims that under our current recycling systems, consumers pay 3 times. We pay first for the packaging of the product. We've heard different people mention the layers upon layers of packaging. A second time for the collection of the waste material. and a third time for the indirect costs associated with post-consumer packaging, such as increased health insurance premiums resulting from higher illness and disability caused by pollution, caused by toxics in that pollution. There's been some discussion today about, well, isn't this going to raise the cost of products? There actually have been a couple of studies done on this. A 2022 analysis from Columbia University estimated that the impact of EPR on customer costs would be about a 0.69% increase. Okay, so less than 1% increase. A study commissioned by the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality compared prices of common consumer products in EPR and non-EPR jurisdictions in Canada. We heard this mentioned earlier. It was a very elegant study in that they actually went and selected products in the different provinces and compared the costs in provinces with EPR and those without. The study found, again, has been mentioned, no correlation between the existence of EPR mandates and consumer product prices. The Conservation Law Foundation asserts also that there's no credible data indicating that EPR would raise consumer prices. They estimated that adopting EPR policy would save Maine's municipal taxpayers at least $16 million a year. And we have heard that their process is still underway. But I would say that it could be reasonably expected that similar savings would occur in New Hampshire. Another interesting piece, I think, when we're thinking about adopting bills such as this, is that there is extensive support among voters for adopting policies such as EPR. A 2023 nationwide poll of U.S. voters found overwhelming support from both Republicans, 75%, and Democrats, 86%, for shifting the cost, and this was in regard to plastic pollution, for shifting the cost of cleaning up plastic pollution from taxpayers to the companies that make and use the excess plastic. 66% of Democrats and a higher number, 70% of Republicans, say that taxpayers should not have to pay for the cleanup of plastic waste created by companies. So it is not surprising that 82% of Democrats and 70% of Republicans agree that companies should stop producing and using so many single-use plastics. And we could, I think, extend that thinking to some of the other products covered by EPR. House Bill 1630 would provide strong, effective policy. The bill offers opportunities to reduce waste going into our burgeoning landfills, to reduce the economic costs of dealing with difficult to recycle plastic and other waste, to reduce a broad range of toxic chemicals that are carcinogenic, mutagenic, meaning that they cause mutations in human endocrine disrupting. It also This bill would increase jobs. It would educate businesses and residents about responsible reduction, reuse, recycling, or disposal of discarded packaging. And I think particularly important, it would help protect the health of our environment and residents. I hope that you will seize this opportunity to benefit New Hampshire and its residents and vote ought to pass on House Bill 1630. I would also like to say that I think that I attended pretty much all of the committee meetings on this bill, on EPR, and considering the short amount of time, I was impressed with the work that Representative Parshall did about how he tried to engage everyone, including those of us from the public there listening in, to help make this a good bill. From just an outsider's perspective, I think a piece of the problem was that a lot of some of the committee members were not there. So I think if you look at this bill, how complex it is, how much is there, I would hope that Representative Parshall gets credit for how hard he has worked on this. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Nope, seeing none, thank you so much. We have one more pink card. And,
May I?
yep,
Oh, there she goes.
we have testimony being distributed. Thank you. Excuse me. Now I'd like to call Bonnie Christie to testify this afternoon.
Thank you. I have only 4 copies of my testimony. I ran out of printer paper.
Okay.
So I don't know how you would like to distribute them. I also emailed it to the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. My testimony is mostly pictures.
Okay. You can give a copy to the clerk and we'll be all good.
Is this? Oh. You can just hand it to over there. Yeah, we'll pass it. My name is Bonnie Christie. I'm from Hopkinton. And I really appreciate that the committee is holding the hearings on EPR today. I support HB 1630, and I urge you to vote ought to pass on it. I'm speaking for municipalities, and I'm speaking for taxpayers when I support this bill. This bill outlines the keystone to addressing New Hampshire's waste crisis, which is reduction of the waste before it becomes waste, combined with shifting the burden from the consumer and the towns to those who produce the waste in the first place. Enactment of this law would provide a huge benefit for the towns of Hopkinton and Webster, who share a transfer station, which is located in Hopkinton. Most of what I'm sharing today comes from my experience as the chair of the Waste Reduction Committee. And as an environmental policy analyst, I'm no longer chair of the committee, and I am not speaking for the committee or the town. I'm speaking as an individual today, but that's where I get my information from. The most important thing you can take away from my testimony today is that our town, and I'm sure we're not different from other towns, is drowning in waste, drowning in waste. It's both the waste that gets thrown into the hopper, you know, the compactor that pushes it into the trailer that takes it to the landfill. And it's also the recycling streams that we send to market to produce offsetting revenue for that waste we have to pay for in tipping fees at the landfill. The lion's share of this waste could be avoided by source reduction, in this case, the reduction of packaging that you've heard before. The EPA estimates that about a third of our MSW, which is our municipal solid waste, comes from packaging. And that is why New Hampshire has set source reduction of waste materials at the top of the hierarchy for preferred waste management strategies. I think Christine just mentioned that. Well, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I've provided you a few visuals of what I mean when I say we're drowning in waste. Hopkinton and Webster are source separating recycling towns, which means that instead of putting all of our recyclables into one bin, we separate them out into streams. We have cardboard, paper, aluminum, steel cans, plastic bottles, and jugs. And the first picture in my statement, which I'll try to show you, is our cardboard. This was on Saturday. I don't know if you can see that in the middle is the cardboard bay. It's spilling out all over the parking and drop-off area. To the left of the cardboard is our mixed paper, which you can't even see because it's so full, and it's so full of overflowing cardboard. And to the right is our baling station. That's where we have our baler to bale it up and send it. Baled materials always command a much higher price in revenues on the recycling market than loose materials, which is why we bale them up. So you might ask, you know, is this mess of cardboard and packaging is just a glut of materials from the holiday season? Well, I could show you a similar picture taken on October 14th that doesn't look much different. Yes, there's always more waste after the holidays, but we are always drowning in it. So we just can't keep up with what comes into our towns. And what happens to this cardboard that you see spilling out all over the place when we get 8 inches of snow like we did? It's destroyed. You cannot recycle and send to market wet cardboard. So cardboard, which we get about $100 a ton in revenue from, once it gets wet, because we have so much we can't store it, we can't keep up with baling it, it goes to the landfill. So in the landfill at Turnkey, we pay close to $100 a ton in tipping fee. So what should be a revenue of $100 a ton to offset our costs becomes a cost to throw it in the landfill. It's an expense to the town. So cardboard is packaging. You can see how hard it is to keep up with this steady inflow. And cardboard is just one of the recyclables that we take in. You move down in my statement, you see aluminum cans, mostly, you know, beverage cans. And aluminum, the price has gone up and down, and we have a real backlog of aluminum now. What we get baled up, we are now storing in shipping containers sitting at the transfer station. And then we move on to plastic. This is number one PETE, called peat. It's basically your bottles. Peat has been rock bottom in the market lately. It's very hard to move peat. It does go up and down, but it's been down for a long time. I mean, that is just a flood. So what do we do with all that? Then we have our number 2 natural jugs. You can see basically milk jugs, anything that's not colored plastic. That commands the highest price in plastics. And the reason is because when they reuse it and recycle it, it can be dyed to any other color. But once you get a dyed color, you can only make it into that dyed color again. So This is the overflow that we have in that. What I'm getting at is it's just really hard to move these recyclables. It's not that people aren't bringing them in and recycling them. It's hard to move them in the market. So all of this packaging, it only represents what people choose to recycle. What doesn't get recycled goes into what we call the hopper, which is the compactor that pushes it all into the trailer to go to the landfill. And as I mentioned before, that tends to be about a third of our MSW. So we generally produce about 3,200 tons of MSW a year in Hopkinton and Webster. So a third of that, about 1,000 tons, it's just packaging. And it costs taxpayers over $100,000 just to dispose of that packaging. So what causes this overflow and this glut of all this stuff? Well, there are a lot of factors, but for practical on-the-ground purposes, you might ask, well, why can't we just bail it up faster and move it faster to the market? Well, I already mentioned that the markets are up and down, and a lot of them are very slow. But then we have a staffing problem at our transfer station. It's not a glamorous job to work at a transfer station, and the least glamorous of the unglamorous jobs is bailing recyclables in the baler building. These are part-time workers. They receive no benefits. The work is hard, it's dirty, and it's physically demanding. It's very hard to keep. We have 3 positions for part-time for this. It's very hard to keep it staffed up. And then we look at the infrastructure. What does it take to bail up all this stuff and move it? All this packaging that we wish we didn't have. Well, Hopkinton has an older style baler. It's a vertical baler. What we really need is a horizontal baler. A vertical baler takes about 3 staff people 5 hours to produce a bale. If you have a horizontal baler, it would only take 2 staff people an hour to produce a bale. So why don't we just get a horizontal baler? Well, horizontal balers cost $90,000. It's a lot of money. That's not the only infrastructure need and capital improvement need that we need at the transfer station. We have to keep up with our trailers. We have our loaders, and we have all the other equipment that we need to process waste. So that's just a lot of money. Our waste transfer station budget this year is the highest it's ever been, $800,000. That's astronomical. And on top of that, Hopkinton has a PFAS problem. Our septage lagoons, which had to be shut down by DES, were receiving all kinds of toxins and PFAS. So they had to be shut down, and now we're facing a $4 million bond to clean that PFAS up. And that doesn't even include the PFAS that's in our wastewater treatment plant sludge. That's a whole separate thing. $4 million. Last year, we passed a $2 million highway bond at town meeting. Everybody was like, ooh, that's a lot. But we realized it was deferred maintenance. Wait till people see the $4 million bond warrant article at town meeting. People are going to say, what the heck? Anyway, what I'm just saying is that waste is very, very expensive. And of course, the operating budget and the capital improvement fund all comes from the taxpayer. That's us. That's the little person. So that's pretty much my testimony. I hope that the pictures help give a visual of where we're at. I did want to mention that my very last point is Director Wimsatt was talking about not being able to support this bill because of needing 8 staff people. I can totally appreciate that. It would take a lot of staff to implement an EPR program. However, Governor Sununu's administration just recently, in fall of 2022, issued a solid waste management plan. It has 8 goals, and each goal has strategies. And goal number 1 is, guess what? Source reduction. Because the cheapest waste for taxpayers to pay for is the waste that never gets produced in the first place. So if you go to pages 9 and 10, and that, when the question was asked in the solid waste working group, did they ever work on EPR? Well, not directly on this bill, but that was a big part. That plan came out of the solid waste working group, and that was a big part of what they talked about, and it ended up being goal number 1. As I mentioned, there are strategies in all of these goals, and there's a legislative strategy for each one. And for source reduction, it says explore legislation, including extended producer responsibility programs that would require product brands and manufacturers to enhance the recyclability of their products and packaging and minimize the use of unnecessary materials and single-use plastics. This is the Sununu administration's plan. It's right there in black and white. So HB 1630 does exactly that. It starts that process. So in conclusion, waste management is a huge burden for towns and for taxpayers, for operating budgets and our capital budgets. And we desperately need help to reduce these costs. They're so unnecessary. So I urge you to vote to pass on this bill. And I appreciate very much that you heard my testimony. And I know it's been a long day, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Dotsie.
Yes. What is the population of Hopkinton, approximately?
Hopkinton is just over 6,000, and then we share a transfer station with Webster. So I think the combined residential contribution is a little over 700,000 people. Sorry. Yeah, we're not that big yet. 7,000, sorry. Yes. Yep. So, thank you.
So just a comment, maybe question, I don't know. It seems as if your recycling efforts in Hopkinton have been more successful than what Hopkinton can handle. I mean, people are bringing in recyclable items, cardboard, plastic, and various other, classifications of plastic. And I realize that municipalities do have an expense in handling that material, and being able to handle it in a way that would bring them top dollar for being able to dispose of it through secondary handling. So I know this bill seeks to reduce the production of packaging, but there's also so much packaging that we really can't get away from. And if we are, say, foregoing a lot of plastic to use cardboard instead, then I would imagine that our municipalities would want to be able to accommodate that uptick in the use of other materials which are more preferential. So how would you say that recycling efforts are they not working properly for these towns?
I can say that, well, I can give you another factoid, which is that every year we calculate what percentage of our total waste is recycled. And every year it's been going down and down and down. We're now down to 13%. The highest we ever were was 22%. Meanwhile, the waste going to the landfill, the tonnage has been going up and up and up. Over the last decade, our tonnage increased over 20% that we're sending to turnkey, and our population increased less than 6%. So there's more stuff going on. I think in terms of your question about the packaging, and will this just bring more that maybe we'll continue to struggle to handle. I think the goal is to minimize packaging. There will always be a need for packaging. The question is what kind of packaging, what can you do with it, at the end of its life cycle. And, you know, why do we need, you know, you see people going to the grocery store and putting 1 or 2 items in a big shopping bag. Why? You see vegetables. I like to go to Hanford's, and, you know, they have what I call the naked produce section. You know, there's no packaging. I love that. But in other places, you will see, you know, a head of broccoli wrapped in plastic. Why? You know, let's minimize and get rid of all the unnecessary packaging, and let's use the packaging that we really need for, you know, protection of the consumer goods and for health and safety, and to make it manageable and profitable for the grocery stores and restaurants and so forth that handle things. But, you know, when I pick up a pizza at my local place and they automatically throw in a plastic wrapped bundle of plastic utensils, knife, fork, and spoon, and I've got a pizza, and I'm like, why? It's just, we have this sort of autopilot thing that has been going on for a long time. People figure, oh, it's takeout, you need some utensils. It's not that hard to rethink that. And I think it really does come down to minimizing, using only what's necessary, and using the best materials possible.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to know if I understood you correctly in saying that you made mention to, I think I'm going to reference your photos, so thank you for providing those. This shipping container that sits now on your property because, if I heard your statement correctly, the markets are not necessarily supporting you getting it off your site fast enough. Is that what I was hearing?
That's part of the problem. Is it's not economically efficient to send out small loads. You wait until you have, I don't know what they call them, a full load.
Mm-hmm.
And so you always have some bales sitting on the premises. But the other thing is, you know, those bales are not going to move, full load or not, if the cost has gone like this. So that's why they sit there.
Follow up, if I may.
Sure, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I mean, no pun intended, but are you concerned that municipalities are going to be left holding the bag on, like, having a bunch of materials sitting somewhere that because
I'm really worried about that. I mean, the other reason that we have our cans in shipping containers is because our recycling shed, where we usually store these baled up things waiting for market, is, I mean, it's got holes in it, it's got leaks in the roof. I mean, there is so much deferred maintenance, and it would cost so much to bring everything up to spec in our transfer station. It's just, people have no idea what it costs to manage waste. So, I mean, that's part of it. But yes, I think we are now left holding the bag on this kind of stuff. And I'm very concerned about plastics, because now there's this movement, as somebody asked, is consumers are asking for, you know, different kinds of things, and more recyclable things and more eco-friendly things for packaging. So, you know, for example, the number one PET, like your soda bottles, there's a lot of things now, and you look on the label and it says made with 60%, you know, recycled plastic. Okay, recycled plastic is not as good as virgin plastic. I mean, it works the first time around, but every time you mix that in with the virgin plastic, then you've got this degraded plastic. And I think Christine mentioned, I forget what the fact is about how much plastic the plastic industry is, you know, planned to produce, the increase in the next decade. It's astronomical. And they're saying, oh, we'll just recycle it all. It's not going to work. I mean, I think part of the problem with the PET is there's a glut of plastic out there. You know, there's a lot of it, and there's more and more. So, you know, it's a supply and demand thing. The revenues go down when the supply is just flooded. So.
Yep, Representative Germana.
Thank you very much. I'm glad Representative Murray asked the question that she asked, and I was going to say that it looks Hopkinton, it sounds like it's about a quarter the size of Keene roughly, and I know that one of the problems that we have in Keene is, for example, with number 5 plastic. And this has to do with this plastic that you get stuck with.
Right.
So, right, you can advertise, if you're Keurig, you can advertise that these K-cups are recyclable. But this is also where we get into the limitations of the market. Keene, at 4 times the size of Hopkinton, can't gather enough number 5 plastic to make it feasible to sell that plastic. So theoretically there's a market, but in reality there isn't a market. This is recyclable, but it ends up in a landfill because of the limitations of the market. I can only imagine that must be even more true for a community that's about a quarter the size of Keene.
That's exactly true. I mean, number 5 has been a problem for a long time. We never got revenue from it, but we were able to sell it to a company called Preserve, which makes things like toothbrushes, and you'll see things in the grocery store made by Preserve out of that number 5 polypropylene. I don't know what happened. COVID. Things fell apart with Preserve and COVID, and they never came back. So we have not had a vendor to give our number 5s to. Even though we always had to pay to get rid of it to Preserve, it was cheaper than paying what it would cost to landfill it. So it was still a good deal. This is one of the problems with the recycling market. It is so volatile. It's hard to plan. It's hard to know month to month. I mean, there are times when we couldn't get rid of cardboard or paper, and then people around town are like, oh, I heard we can't recycle cardboard anymore. 4 months later, when the cardboard market has come back, they still think, oh, I can't recycle cardboard anymore, so they're throwing it in the hopper. It's so hard.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Thank you very much for your testimony today. And my apologies to the committee that the day has gone so long, but such that it is. We've got a lot of interesting things that we will be discussing.
This is why we scheduled this one.
Yes. Okay, so with that, I guess I will bid you. Oh yeah, the blue sheet for HB 1630, which I have here. I just have it right here, and that's something. Okay, so the online testimony, we had 109 people sign in favor of this bill. 7 people signed in against this bill. And on the blue sheet, we had 3 people sign in against this bill and 1 person in favor. And I would say the 3 people that signed in against the bill was the Business and Industry Association, a member of, and a member of the Wine Institute. So just so that we know. And with that, I am going to close the hearing on HB 1630. And bid you all a good rest of the evening. And thank you all for your time and your attention. And